But
Tower.
you see, I used to. It's time for us to start. Are we on, Mark? We had to start. So he used to work at the college
Oh, yeah.
with me, so we did a wonderful.
Oh, I believe it.
We are ready. Yeah. We need a gavel, huh?
Yeah, start to 60.
Hello. It's time to get started. We have different areas. There's the across the hall in an office a monitor. There's one here in the hall, and there's also one in. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, we have space and the office across the area here. We have a monitor there. There's a monitor by here by the entrance, and also on the third floor, we have a small conference room. There's another monitor there. So if we run out a space here, we can go there. But we have areas that we can move still in here. So it's 11:01. It's time for us to start a meeting, and I'll call the meeting to order. And so we have a tradition, and here where before we start, we ask somebody to give us a prayer. Do we have a volunteer? Thank you.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful to have the opportunity to come together as a group, as citizens of San Juan County. We're grateful for our elected and volunteer officials that work hard for the county. We pray that Spirit will be with us today as we discuss issues and concerns. We pray that we can be Christ-like in how we interact with each other, that we can be understanding, that we can be open to communication. We pray that will help us, that we can build a spirit of working together and conciliatory operations here in San Juan County. We love this area. We love thee. We love thy son, Jesus Christ. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. This is my first day here, so glad you guys came to watch me. I skipped one item. We're supposed to have a roll call for that.
Sorry, you have to speak right into it.
Okay, better. I skipped one thing. So we had to have roll call. Commissioner Mon,
Here.
Commissioner Harvey,
I'm here.
and Commissioner Stubbs. And so now,
Is there anyone who can call?
so we have 100% quorum. And now we're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's echoing out there, so everything she says we hear 3 seconds later.
Okay.
Have them just check it for it. Allegiance to the
I can't hear anything.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
I don't think the people on Zoom can hear.
With liberty and justice for all.
I can hear you guys just fine.
Say, this is Nancy, and I can hear you.
I
Can
can
we
hear
hear?
too.
Can you hear the meeting?
No.
That's what I can't hear. That's what I'm trying to get their attention because we can't hear them.
Yeah, that's what it looks like
Oh, that's
for
me,
sure.
That's me.
There was no chat box, is there?
I don't think so.
There you go.
I'll
How's
try
that, you
click.
guys? There we
That's better.
Perfect. All right. Please
Okay.
mute yourselves if you're online. Thanks for letting us know.
All right.
Okay, this is a time for us to declare if we have any conflict of interest in the agenda. Commissioners?
Okay. That was supposed to be turned on.
Commissioner Stubbs, I have reviewed the agenda. For me personally, I have no conflict of interest for our agenda today.
Commissioner Juan?
I have no conflict of interest either.
And I had no conference either. Okay, we had to wait a couple seconds to. Will work. Thank you. Okay, I'll make a motion to enter to a public hearing. And do we have a motion?
I make a motion to enter into the public hearing regarding the planning and zoning ordinance that is proposed today.
We have a second.
I will second the motion to go into public hearing mode.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll turn the time to Mac to kind of
Okay,
review
this is
some
kind
of
of
the.
our introductory comments for the public hearing, kind of how we proceed with that. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes apiece, so we'll be timing you on that. Speakers may offer objective criticism, but complaints about county personnel and other persons will not be allowed. Individuals expressing comments should not expect an immediate response from the Board of Commissioners. Please understand that the public comment period is not a debate, an interactive question and answer session, or a dispute resolution forum. It is an opportunity for you, the members of the public, to express your comments, concerns, suggestions, and a chance to be heard for information and consideration. We have people all throughout the building kind of scattered in separate rooms so that they can watch and hear this as well. And so we'll kind of proceed through everybody. Hopefully you've had a chance to sign up. If not, this just gives us an order of kind of go through, and we'll call out people's names. As you come and present, we will capture some of your comments in the minutes. And so it's important to also state your name, where you live, where you're within the county, where you reside within the county. That'll kind of help us on the minute side of it so that we know and can capture those comments on there. Be mindful of everybody. We're going to try to get through everybody here. Like I said, there's people out in the hall, and so you'll see me pop in and out to try to get more people in. If you can, just be mindful, try not to be repetitious in your comments, but understanding that this is your chance to be heard today for the commissioners. And so with that being said, let me go. I've got several sign-up sheets here that we can go through.
Mac, while you're doing that, I'll just introduce the rest of the people that are here. We have the three commissioner, Mac McDonald, he's our county administrator. And then we have our attorney, Jens Nielsen, and we have our county clerk, auditor, Lyman Duncan. I always confuse Duncan Lyman Duncan. And thank you for you being here and you being here too. So.
And then, so kind of the order, we'll take those people that are in-house first, and then we will proceed to online. There's some people that are online that have raised their hands already. But first, before all of this, let's turn some time over to our planning administrator, Kristen. She can give her quick presentation, and then we will jump right into public comments right after her presentation.
Thank you, commissioners, for hosting this meeting today and with such a crowd. So this 2025 land use ordinance has actually been in the works for 4 years. I took this on a year ago when I came into this position. So we have worked very diligently over the last year here, taking what our predecessors left, which had already gone through legal reviews and community comments and community workshops. We picked up on that, which was a 2022 document. It had tried to be passed for a year and never got done. And then with that predecessor resigning, we are trying to pick up the pieces and continue this forward. So just a little bit of the process. I'm jumping ahead in my staff review here. But the 2011 zoning ordinance replaced an ordinance from the 1970s. So San Juan County in our history has a long period of jumping. Technically, we should be reviewing these ordinances every year and updating them. Utah State Code and the Utah State law changes every year, and we need to capture those updates. And so historically, we've made very big jumps. The one before the 70s was in the 1950s. So we're kind of right on schedule for a 20-year leap. we're hitting it at 15. So 2011 was, I'll just summarize this history. 2011 was updated for Spanish Valley in 2019 due to the substantial growth that that area was seeing. We did not address county-wide issues at that time. It was very specific to Spanish Valley to try to get a handle on just what was happening up there. We had development everywhere. The 2011 is extremely limiting, especially for small business or commercial use. Almost everything is a conditional use permit. The ones that really were hindered by the 2011 were the ones trying to follow the law. And they would call us and say, hey, can I do this? And we're like, nope, can't do that. But meanwhile, with a lack of enforcement, we had a lot of people just doing it. And that has created some turmoil. So the ones trying to follow the rules have really been at a disadvantage with their small business operations. So the 2019, the Planning Commission hosted community workshops again, and Landmark put that draft together through several iterations. The county commission at the time actually went back to the original draft and adopted the 2019 draft for Spanish Valley. So that is what created two separate set of rules. That has caused some problems for us without having a united zoning ordinance countywide. So my position was vacant between March of 23 and December of 23. Duties fell to the chief administrator, and that was very overwhelming. It was overwhelming for our attorneys, and so this hasn't been worked on. Basically 2023, it wasn't worked on much. A lot happened in Utah state legislation that we had to get up with the times, one of which being the subdivision ordinance, which was just passed on December 30th. Since I've been here, we've had about 20 people work on this. Between January and April, we had our staff review it for things specific to the recorder's office or the surveyor's office or the roads department, things that they needed, issues that they saw happening in the community that we needed to curb and find solutions for. At that point in time, we hired a planning consultant. They looked at things. They also did our maps for us initially. And so they reviewed it for 3 months. We hosted 3 community workshops. We also sent out public notice postcards to every property owner. And at that point in time, we thought we were ready for adoption. At the very last second, we realized we want to kick this back for more review. And so we pulled it in July, the first part of July. So that should have been the first heads up to the community that things were changing, and in having those notices posted and having those postcards sent out. We continued to take comments, to have work sessions with the planning commissioners. We hired an outside consultant attorney to review the documents. He's been working on the documents for 5 months. And just making sure that we are in line with state law and state codes and that we haven't missed anything. And that is what you see before you today. With that in mind, I want to remind everyone that this is not a stagnant document. And as long as I am here, which I plan to be, we will review it every year. Our first review cycle is actually planned for April 28th with the business base camp. And so this is not a done deal. We are always going to be reviewing this. Comments are open all the time. Please reach out to us if you have any concerns. Some of our goals with this document. The 2011 is extremely restrictive, and we wanted to give more rights and more opportunities to property owners to have development, especially small business development, as things grow from a home-based business into a commercial space, that they have the opportunity to build that infrastructure. There were also some issues that were brought up, from the roads department that, hey, we shouldn't be doing this anymore, and from the surveyor's office that, hey, we need to get this tightened up a little bit. And so those types of things were included. So I would like to do a few administrative comments. First of all, a clarification on Chapter 7, which is the Development and Design Standards. I believe the general public is confused that they will have to go back and fix, let's say, a private road, that they'll have to fix it to this standard. Everything in this document, we can't go backwards, so everything is from this point forward. And where the land use ordinance really comes into play is if you're looking to develop, you're looking to do a planned unit development. For most everyday, just got my house and a little home-based business and a couple goats out back, it doesn't really apply. A lot in there does not apply to you. This would be for if you're going to subdivide or you're going to make a development, then these standards would come into play. So just a clarification that we can't make you go backwards. However, if you have a really bad 2-track and you want to subdivide your property into 10 lots, we're going to make you fix that road before we'll allow you to subdivide. So those are just some important things that have caused issues in the past. I also want to make the clarification that currently you may not live in an RV dwelling long term. That is how it is now. The new ordinance, we're trying to find creative housing options, would allow this housing option so long as sanitation and welfare of occupants are addressed within the restrictions of 1 unit for a half-acre minimum and 2 units on an acre minimum or more, but you can only have 2 units per lot. And this would mean that the RVs are hooked up to services. So they're hooked up to either septic or sewer, and that we have that sanitation in place. These restrictions do not apply to the seasonal RV camps or hunting camps. That's a different category in which parcels are occupied less than 180 days per calendar year. So for people who want to go out and park for hunting camp, that's allowed, proposed to be allowed. There is a correction on page 65, just with our last Planning Commission approval, to add the International Fire and Building Code language to the private road section to replace specific road standards as adopted. We just missed that update, so I apologize for that. There's a few use table requests I have received that seem to make sense to me and not hinder what people are trying to do out there. The first request was for agricultural production or hay production to be added as permitted in recreational support. Just short history on that. We've allowed a lot of animal usage in recreational support to support things like trail rides or commercial animal therapy. And so they needed that hay production to go along with those animals being present. Requests for kennels to be added as a conditional use in agriculture. We'll talk about kennels in just a second here. This is just use table. Requests for barber and beauty shops or cosmetic services to be added as permitted in agriculture. We've got a lot of backyard shops that cut hair, and so we want to make sure that they're available to keep going. Requests for fabrication of metal products to be added as permitted in agriculture. Request for paint and powder coating shops to be added to the use table and allowed in agriculture and permitted in others as we see appropriate. That will be a new line item. And then request for butcher to be added to the use table and allowed in agriculture, community, commercial, and multi-use. There is one request that did not make it on here that I believe strongly we should endorse, and that is a request for enclosed storage to be permitted to recreational support. So please make note of that. It makes sense where enclosed boat storage or these places where we're trying to promote recreational support, that people have a place for their stuff to be. There are a few requests for zoning maps. The first one was a request for the multi-use zone to be extended in Spanish Valley to include the East Allen cul-de-sac. This street, if the Bounce Rock development does go through, this street is going to become a pretty major thoroughfare. And so it's wedged right in between the multi-use and the community commercial there in pink and purple. Mac, there should be another map that zooms in on this.
I think that was the zoom in.
Okay. It's basically, here, I'll show you.
Point that out.
Oh, don't let me drive. Here, you drive. It's right there.
So this little triangle.
Yep. So these guys are currently residential, and they said, hey, we're wedged right in between these more commercial zones, and with this potentially becoming a more active street, would like to go a little more on the commercial heavy side. There was requests for multi-use zone to be added to the industrial area of Lisbon Valley Mine for the intent of short-term employee housing. I'm hoping this would be a separate map. It's just Lisbon Valley. If you keep going. Is there one after that? There we go. It's right here. As most of our community knows, Lisbon Valley Mine is going through some major overhauls right now. One of the things they would like to include in their expansion forward is housing on site. This would not be, it's kind of an in-between housing option. It's not necessarily long-term housing. It would be owned by the mine for employees who are on shift to stay on site during their shifts so that they don't have to drive back and forth. The closest thing we have is LaSalle for additional housing options, and so they would really like to have this housing on site available for people. They have a lot of folks that come in from out of state that would also use this housing. So I would like to endorse that we allow for that multi-use zone so that we can open up that option for housing. There was a request for Upper Pat Creek Ranch to be zoned as agriculture. If you just, yep. So there on the right-hand side of the screen, up high.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, that's the guy. There's a bunch of agricultural business up here now, and they would like to just maintain those rights as ag. And then if down the road they want to reevaluate, that's a possibility. But I think ag is very fitting for this piece at this point in time. We need to have a discussion about the Pat Creek Ranch. This was pretty split between wanting residential or recreational support. It was currently zoned as residential as approved by the Planning Commission. However, after that approval, I received several emails saying, hey, wait, I want recreational support. I met with the Pat Creek community at several different meetings this weekend, and we discussed a plan that I think works for everybody to have a little bit of what they want. We missed one property owner that wanted a request for recreational support that we couldn't find a way to group it together. The one thing we did not want to do with Pat Creek is checkerboard it, because then we don't really protect anybody's rights one way or the other. And so if you'll refer to that map that I handed you, that is a proposal that I believe works well for property owners that I have heard from. There was an ordinance request to remove the animal limits and redefined kennel. Currently under the 2011, we defined the kennel is described as 3 or more dogs. In the proposed and approved ordinance from Planning Commission, we raised that to 4 dogs and or cats. And I think this is a point of discussion of where that boundary lies between nuisance to a neighbor and maintaining property rights. It is my recommendation that we leave that to the nuisance ordinance and that we remove those animal limits and redefine kennel in the definitions as an establishment for the breeding or boarding of dogs and or cats. This would be a commercial use. There was a rescinded request that was initially put in, but after talking to them, they did not want to go on with it. That was a request for Greenhaven subdivision LaSalle to be zoned as residential. They decided that they wanted to stick with the community commercial. There were 2 denied requests. The first one was a request for all lots to have a 1 acre minimum, and we're just too far gone on that one countywide, and it's not coming back. And then the other one was a request to add the definition of nuisance and include noise inside residential zones, infrasound, and low frequency vibration below 20 hertz from diesel construction equipment, generators, engines, stereos, etc. that are run by transient workers, property owners, builders living on site and in RVs full-time, 24/7, 365 for the 5-year permitted building time. And we just thought that that was a little bit too much, so that request was denied. Approval of these listed requests does not hinder the intent or complete nature of the purpose of the approval from the Planning Commission of January 9th, 2025. These are small adjustments that we can make, that we've heard from people who have reached out to us to make their situation work. We will continue with this process at the time of this being approved, and we'll continuously receive those comments and have discussions just like this each year as we move forward. Things are going to change. This was at a 20, 30-year projection, but things change in 5 years. And so we want to make sure that we're listening and can make those adjustments as needed. That is all I have. So I think I'm done. Public hearing.
With that being said, thanks, Kristen.
Thank you.
Presentation there. All right, let's get my timer up. So the first one that we have on here that's signed up in the audience, I've got Curtis
Can I say
Pugh from Blanding.
Okay.
What's that? No, I just went with the paper and just we have papers throughout the building.
Before we get started, I omitted to say the date. So I'm consulting with a lawyer. Do I supposed to say the date? So today's date for this meeting is January 21st, 2025. And I think we started the meeting at 11:01. Thank you.
Okay, hello, I'm Curtis Pugh, for the record, I guess. I came to the last meeting and I had some of my concerns addressed, which I'm thankful for. I was just quite concerned that I guess I hadn't taken the time to educate myself, or it felt like a lot of this I was hearing about last minute and worried about, because I've had a business in San Juan County for over 20 years. And I looked at the map and I wasn't even zoned where I was zoned to be able to do it, but they put me in the conditional use. But I came today because I'm looking through, haven't had time to read the whole thing because I've been busy, which most people I think are. But there seems like quite a bit of regulations put on the public to try to run things, and I probably could work that out. But I've been concerned with, I don't know, I guess the process and not being educated as the public, and worried about private property rights being infringed upon and stuff. So that was the main concern I had, worried about too much regulation on things. And I realized the county struggles with personnel and whatever and how to run everything, but I think maybe a little more time to ease the public's mind about what's going on here would be a good idea. So I guess that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Curtis. Next one I have here is Riley.
All right, I'm Riley Pugh.
Will you state where you're from, please?
From Blanding.
Thank you.
Yes.
I know that, but
Just
we need it
outside
for
of
the record.
Blanding. Yes. So I also like to just kind of reiterate what Curtis has said. And I appreciate all that you do. Really, I do. And I know that there's been a lot of work put in. I'm not here to try to criticize anybody or say anything about that, and mostly to say give us a little bit more time so that I can educate myself. I'm a bishop. I do anesthesia at the hospital. I work with youth. My wife has a business that has over 250 youth that she tries to serve doing gymnastics. She's the flights gymnastics that you hear about. And we're just a little bit worried that some of the stuff is to try to be compliant to all of that is going to be kind of hard. I just don't know for sure everything because I haven't had time to really look at it. And I know that you've been working on it for a long time. I understand that and I'm grateful for that. But man, I would really like to have a little bit more time to try to figure things out. And the other thing that I would like is maybe a little more representation. Maybe a few more people on, and I don't even know, like I said, I'm not even sure how the committee was put together, but maybe there needs to be a little bit more representation on people who have lived here all their life. One of the greatest days of my life was when I had a U-Haul packed and was moving back to San Juan County because I knew what it could be. Lived in Cincinnati for 6 years and HOAs and all of that. I understand that's not what I want, if that makes sense. And again, I'm not trying at all to, I'm just asking for a little more time to give myself a chance to be educated and maybe have a chance to say a few things and have a little more representation on some of the decisions that are made. 6-foot fence isn't going to keep deer out of my garden. So anyway.
Thank you.
Yes, that's all I have to say, I guess.
Thanks, Riley. Next one on here is Charles Boyd. Okay, I'm not seeing Charles Boyd. He might be out in the hall, and so.
I'll make an announcement next door.
Thanks, Kristen.
It's like a 30-second delay almost.
Yeah.
It's like he's saying we wait. Finally comes out.
I got one here. If you change your mind, let me know. Appreciate it.
Okay, we can come back to Charles Boyd on there. Next one I have is Rhonda DeGroot. No Rhonda in here either. Are you Rhonda? No. Okay, how about Jacob is probably with Rhonda. Jacob DeGroot. Then Gary Guymond. Not seeing Gary in here. I have to switch to a different list. Norma Roth. Any Norma? Let's switch to a different list. How about Miriam Peters? She's here. Seen her.
Did you say Miriam?
Yep.
Peterson? It's very hard to hear you guys. Thank you so much for all of your work, and thank you for putting this together and trying to improve what's currently on the books as not really a viable option. Right now, what I want to know is if this is approved today, what's the guarantee that it can be modified and made to be a true what we want? I haven't heard, I don't know yet. I'm still learning, and I'm sure all of us are like just trying to figure it out, but I'd like to know more about if it's approved today. Yes, they're saying it could be changed, but what's our guarantee that it could be changed? And because it does sound like what's on the books is not better than what is being proposed, but what is being proposed is not acceptable. And so are we just stepping up and then we have no chance to fix it? And the main things that I have a problem with for my 3 properties that that affect me, I run a business halfway between Blanding and Monticello that is a private educational facility business. It's a micro school. Utah recently put in a new law defining micro schools so that they could be in homes, in small things. Micro schools are defined as a very small private school, and I would like to see that be listed as available in all the zones, so that as separate from just all private educational facilities. We don't really want maybe a school with 1,000 students popping up next to things, but a school with 20 students is a whole different story. It's a whole different management of parking and all of that. And since that's already on the Utah books as a law of what a micro school is. And I think that the paying money to hire someone to monitor what's going on with the things should not be approved. That sounds like HOA. And why are we spending money on that? If somebody has a problem with what their neighbor is doing, they can go and check, is this out of the zone rules? And that can be managed on a case-to-case basis if there's a problem. So thanks so much. I'm not sure if you should approve this yet if we can't be guaranteed that it can be modified to what we need.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Let's see, Gary, I noticed you popped in. I appreciate you coming in.
I appreciate being able to be here. My name is Gary Guyman. I've lived in Blanding for almost 86 years. I realize there's a need of planning. I realize there has to be some reasonable rules to help us all get along and do well, but I believe the 139 pages is way too long. I believe that there must be some way to simplify this. Otherwise, you're going to have a whole parcel of people to oversee it. And I don't think in a time where we don't have a lot of money, as business people, we struggle. We'd like to see opportunities happen, that we need to look at this more fully before it's fully adopted. I am coming in late on it, like some of them. We weren't aware this was going on. We would really like to participate and give you some input from our experience over years. And our family does have several properties that may be affected by this. Personally, I would like to see the opportunity of more folks visiting here. I don't know that they need to come here and live, but if they want to, we should be welcoming. At the same while, if you make too many burdensome rules, the best way is to train people and let them govern themselves. And I believe that's a much wiser way than having rules upon rules, which are difficult for property owners to understand. We're paying, most of us, quite a larger part in taxes. Part of that's due to where property owners are in a very small percent in our county. And I think that we need to want to encourage business and not discourage it. There aren't really a lot of folks that get involved in business. So as I look at some of this, and I think if I have to build, I want to build a chem park on some of our property. I'm just saying, I don't know if I do at this point of time, but should I, if I have to have a 24-foot wide graveled road to a half mile, that runs up into $20,000-$30,000.
That's time right there.
It's a huge cost. We have loop roads already, and they're 12-foot wide. Can a loop road 12-foot wide where you're not, where it's a one-way road.
Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Guyman. You're out of time. That was your 3
Okay.
minutes. Sorry.
All right. Well, I'd really like a chance to come back and before you pass this, look at signage and camps and various things that haven't been thought through thoroughly enough to make it work for our area. We want it to work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one on here, let's go for Vic Monaghan.
Thank you, commissioners. I will try my best keep under 3 minutes. Can ask any of my bishops that I have a bad habit of going over. But my points today is I'm going to speak for both. I live 6 miles east of town, and I'm going to speak for all, not just for where I live at. I came to this county hoping to really have a great, bright future. And I can honestly say that didn't quite happen the way I intended. One of the biggest reasons is a lack of jobs. You know, we talk about this used to be in one of the richest counties in Utah, but yet this proposal or the zoning is more anti-growth than it is for growth. And a lot of it is through micromanaging every little aspect of a lot of points. Now, I myself, I love being an American. And part of being an American is our liberties. And as property owner or business owner for that matter, I understand there needs to be regulations, but they need to be within a decent amount, not overbearing both the property person or a business owner. They should be respectful, they should be limited, and they shouldn't try scare away growth. This is what our county needs. Our county needs growth. Our county needs businesses that's going to come in here and put money in the people's pockets. And we're going to bring up a good tax revenue that the county can benefit from. Now, the other thing I want to point out is the fact that as a landowner, as an American, my property should be private property. I can understand if I'm building a septic tank, of course that has to be certified by the state. I can understand that. I can understand the point that if I want to build a dance hall or a building that's so massive, yes, there should be involvement with proper parties. But it shouldn't, if I want to build this a simple small shed or something like that, that should be no concern over to the county people. That should be my business. This is why we live outside, people that live outside the county, this is why we live outside the county. We want to have a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more freedom. That's the whole purpose of it. Now,
that's time right there.
Okay. And I thank you, and thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, the next one, Kelly Green.
My name is Kelly Green. I live in LaSalle along Markle Road. As I've studied the zoning changes, I have felt a little bit of confliction because I have reached out to Commissioner Mon. I've also reached out to Kristen, who's the planning coordinator, and she's tried to educate me, and I'm just not settled on where we are on where I live along Markle Road, because right now it's designated as community commercial. And when you look at Markle Road where I live, the way they have it designated, there are some commercial businesses, but the majority of the the people who live along there have residences there. And so it concerns me when I look at the categories that could come into community commercial, and that I don't think would be that good for those who have residential dwellings. You know, there's camp parks, there's some horse properties, there's some things along there I think that are fine, but there's some other categories that really worry me down the road. So what I'm wondering is if maybe some allowances could be made, because we're kind of broken up with residential and some businesses, where the neighbors would be able to have a say if these commercial businesses want to come in next door to them, that they could have a say to either reject that kind of proposal or not. I think something like that would be nice to have considered. I'm looking right now at maybe changing my mind and going back to residential, because all around me, my neighbor to the west is a commercial property, but my neighbor to the east is not. I've talked to them, they're out of town right now, and then myself, we have 3 properties below me where I live in that subdivision, and then directly south of me, all of those are residential. So I'm thinking maybe that residential would be where I want to change that, or if that remains in community commercial, I'd like to have a say in what would be allowed in the future on that lane where I live, because it could impact us in a huge way if there's something we don't necessarily want. So anyway, as you know, LaSalle has a water problem. We don't have the infrastructure. I worry about future development proposals there that will take our water. All of us have wells. If that continues and they start continuing to drill more wells, we're not going to have any water. We don't have the infrastructure. Also, we don't have the emergency services that we need. Right, and for 911. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Green. Okay, the next one here is Susan Carter.
I'm not tall. Okay. Good morning. I'm here. I'm from the North San Juan area. And actually, my home is on the Grand County side. So I am not one of your constituents. But my neighborhood is mainly your constituents. And I'm here today representing my neighbors. Just a visual. We're right on the county line, 20 Acres Lane. It's been residential. And we have, as you can see, those stars, those are all homes. Mm-hmm. They aren't businesses. They aren't gas stations. They aren't warehouses. They're homes. And it's a neighborhood. And a neighborhood is where people know one another. They live there full time. There's children. There's elderly. And we know each other. I had my neighbors over for dinner last night. You guys are proposing, and we did make this request. I don't know how we didn't get on the wish list, but I wrote to you on January 5th and copied you guys in too. We would like to stay residential. We have a good tax base here for you. And there's a little bit of property left. The homes on my side of the county line are zoned residential, 1 acre. There's a lot of development coming down the valley. Moab is looking for homes, neighborhoods, not just houses, not overnight accommodations, not campgrounds. They're looking for homes. My doctor couldn't bring in a PA because they couldn't find a home. And they had a kid. They wanted to live in a neighborhood. They didn't want a house. We have a neighborhood. We have a tax base for you that could develop. And I think you're looking too short term to make it multi-use, to allow campgrounds to go into next to where little kids live full time. When you have little kids, you want to know your neighbors. You don't want overnight accommodations with strangers coming and going. So what we have is precious. What we have, you need. if you want jobs, if you want businesses to come, you need neighborhoods. It's a different issue, I understand. It's North County. But Moab is filled up. They need more homes. That's why they're building all the way to the county line. And I think you guys would do well to think about your future tax base, particularly if you want to develop a business core down by the health clinic, that you have residences, people living full time who are going to support stores and the things that you envision there. You don't get that if you have campgrounds. So I ask you to please put us on the wish list and keep us zoned residential. Thanks.
you.
Thanks. Next one, I have Marlene Huckabee.
I'm sorry. Marlene, can I borrow a second of your time? Marlene's signature is one of these. We walked our neighborhood as best as we could in the cold weather, and these are all people who have also wanted to testify today but could not be here. And it's our request.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What?
What do they say? I give you back your time.
Oh, okay. Good morning. My name is Marlene Huckabee. I live on Sunny Acres Lane. Thank you, commissioners. Glad to see a new body. I have a question about two things. First of all, I've lived in my property for 30 years. I had gorgeous view. I don't have views anymore. I look at night out my window and I see a flashing washing machine advertisement and 6 or 7 or 8 motorhomes that ruin my view of the La Salles. The lights are on all night long. In the morning they turn them off, but at night they're flashing. So my other complaint is my neighbor to the east. If he's put in for a junkyard, he can get it. He's already got the junk. I'm wondering, do you police any of that? Does anyone drive down the street and look at my junk next door? It's right next to the creek that floods because it's full of tumbleweeds right now. As soon as it thaws, it'll flood. So I'm just wondering, are there policing people going around to ever check as far as we are? Because we need it. We need to be there at night and see what I see. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next one here, I have Mary Leah Linton.
Mark, we can barely hear you.
It's Mary. You're Mary? Okay. Glad you can hear me.
Hi, I'm Mary Lee Linton. I live in Blanding, Utah. And I would like to just, first of all, thank you. I would just like to say that once you've passed this, then ostensibly it is a done deal. Now, you can say that you will review later, but we have no control over what your decisions are when you review it. Okay, that's completely out of our hands. And the lady before was really gave a great presentation of that. So I'm not saying that you wouldn't, but once this is passed, that's out of our hands and it's in someone else's. So you can say that you will make changes, but we don't know that those will be done. Also, I would like it to be on the record that if this is passed, that we would have a right to a referendum. And for anybody who doesn't know what that is, we have a right then to gather signatures from people in this county. And when we have the number of signatures we need, we can have that put on the ballot so the people of San Juan County get to vote on what it is. I'd also like to say that I don't think people in general, and I'm representing some other people too who are ill today and who couldn't be here, and some of them who had previous engagements and couldn't be here, and they are very much against this proposed zoning. And so I'd like to say that, you know, we could do a referendum if it is passed. I also would respectfully like to say, I think if people really understood all of this and knew some of the changes that are being made, this is a really good turnout. I think there would probably be thousands here, because there's an awful lot of stuff here that people haven't really had a chance to digest and to really go in and research and know exactly what is being agreed to. Also, then, one of the main things that I'm here for is if you'll turn to page, okay, don't put my glasses on, 14, under local district, all it says is, as defined by Utah Code Title 17B, 17C, and 17D. And what those are stated as being 17D, or I'm sorry, B just says special districts. 17C says Community Reinvestment Agency Act, and 17D just says other entities. Can any of you tell me what these are referring to? Not in legalese, but can you tell me what these are?
We actually don't respond to the public during public comments, so you would have to probably address that with someone afterward.
But do any of you actually know what those refer to? Okay, so for you to vote yes on something and you don't actually know everything that this refers to and
That's
this
time right
means, and I would suggest that the public look those up as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next one I have on here, Kendall Laws.
Good morning, commissioners. I just have a couple of points that I'd like to bring up. Number one is enforcement. So there seems to be, there's been some comments this morning about the county shouldn't enforce or should have someone driving around enforcing. I just want to direct your attention to Title 78B, Chapter 6 of the Utah Code. It talks about nuisances and how you enforce those against your neighbor. If I'm a property owner and I have a problem with my neighbor's junk and it is affecting my property, my use and enjoyment of my property, then I need to act like a grown adult property owner and I need to file a complaint with the court against my neighbor and have a judge decide whether that is actually a nuisance or not. It's not the county's job, and it's expensive. If any of you have ever been involved in the nuisance enforcement on the government side, it is extremely expensive and it goes nowhere very, very quickly. Years, because there are so many loopholes, so many glorious loopholes to stymie your ability to enforce that. So if I'm a property owner and I have beef with my neighbor, then I need to grow up and I need to enforce it myself the way that the Utah Code already allows me to do it. So that's number one. We don't need an enforcement officer driving around costing the taxpayers dollars, not only from their time, but also in fighting things that are just going to hemorrhage more money from a county that is not generally wealthy. Number two, this plan does not, and I brought this up at the January 9th meeting with the Planning Commission. I'd be curious to know if the County Commission, because I don't think that the Planning Commission did, if the County Commission has reviewed the county's actual general plan, resource management plan, the general plan, the economic development plan, and looked at whether this supports the county's long-term general plan. Because I would tell you that in my review, it doesn't. And that's a heck of a note for the county to be passing something that contradicts its general long-term plan, especially when that plan is relied on to force the hand of federal land managers like the BLM in their decision-making. How is it that the county can sit here and say, BLM, you shouldn't do this because it doesn't comply with our general plan when you're fixing to pass something that doesn't comply with your general plan? That's incredibly problematic. If I'm BLM, I know what my response would be to you when you try to take the high ground on a situation like that. And
that is time.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kendall.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one I have on here is Dave Goodman. Dave Goodman.
Dave Goodman. My wife and I are in Monticello. I said at the last meeting, we fled from another state in order to come to a more rural area. I guess I'll go ahead and put us on blast right now, or you'll hear where we're from. I try to keep it a secret to avoid getting teased. I would say I am feeling a little bit better than I did at the last meeting. Seems like there is going to be some flexibility, but as the one lady said, flexibility can go either way. I don't know if you guys are going to be flexible with us as we try to do more things, or does whatever we pass today make it more flexible for you guys to continue to squish a little more of what we have out here. The one thing I do want to address is at the last meeting, there was a lot of talk about us not being involved in this process. And I was thinking about that. And I think part of that is because we expect you guys to be doing your jobs. We expect that you're going to be looking out for our best interests as rural citizens. But I just want to say, I think we're late to the party, but we're at the party now, and the party's not over. So my wife and I spent a good portion of our lives trying to get out here where I grew up. I didn't know how to do anything except grow my hair long and wax a surfboard. But I wanted more. We wanted space to learn how to do things. Since we've been out here, we've learned how to build animal shelters, run a backhoe. I recently got a CDL license. We grow and butcher all of our own meat. And in the spring, we're going to be doing our produce as well. I spent 25 years at a desk job, bordering mental breakdown on a daily basis. And we didn't sell our house and cash out our 401k to move out to the country, only to be told that I have to put a certain type of road on my property, or I have to have certain restrictions on what I can do on my private property. Where we were, I remember I wanted to put a 4x6 shed in my backyard, and I had to get permission from one commission just to go talk to another commission in order to get a permit to put a shed in my backyard. And I'm saying this as somebody who fled a bureaucratic state. These things start small, and before you know it, we're going to be knocking on doors all the time just trying to get another dog in our home. I think the difference for me is private property versus city or federal property. I don't really care what the city does on property that they own, but I care an awful lot about what I can and can't do on my private property. So just try to keep that in mind. There's been a lot of talk. I realize this is past due. I appreciate the work that somebody coming in and going, hey, this needs to get done. I'm kind of a doer too. Just keep us in mind while you're doing this. We all live out here for a reason, and we don't want to see it changed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got Leonard Howe on the next.
My name is Leonard Howe. I live in Blanding, Utah. My property borders Blanding City. Just a couple of comments. Most of the comments that I've heard here today are not in favor of adoption. It appears that there needs to be something in writing here that's associated with what's being considered to guarantee that there will be a review. And there also is a need to have this information about what changes are going to be made broadcast to the public, however it occurs, through the newspaper or through the radio that we have here in this area. You know, this is a lot of information to try to digest and to try to make heads or tails out of. Very, very difficult to go through if you don't have some kind of a background in all of the code making and the legalities associated with this. So it's a little bit daunting for somebody like me to have to go through and figure things out here. And that's where I feel like I'm at. My primary concern is that when I bought the property in 2020, was able to move back here to my home stomping grounds. It was originally zoned commercial. And as I look at this, all of a sudden I'm getting thrown into multi-use. So do I lose that commercial status? You know, I'm sure you're going to have to review it. And Chris and I tried like heck to put stuff to paper so that I could submit it. Nothing was coming to mind on how to even begin. At this point, I just think there needs to be more education of the public, allow people like we're here today to see how it really does impact them. And I just need to see the changes. What is going to happen specifically? It needs to be specific. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Al. Okay, the next one I have on here is Helen Lake. Or it looks like Helen to me.
Good morning. My name is Helen Lake, and I'm from Blandon. I moved to Blandon more than 30 years ago. I never thought this would be going on at that time because I've been raised right above Hatch Trading Post with my parent. My parent do own a land up there too, a piece of land. I've been paying property tax. My parents are gone now. When I moved to Blandon, it was a nice place until I heard this zoning. I said, wow, this sounds like reservation now. You know, because people live on the reservation. They say, that's my land, that's mine, this is mine, this is what's going to happen. I said, man, Blandon is turning into the res now. Why? Why are they planning to do zoning? We bought the land, we paid for it. We pay tax for it. And half the tax we pay goes into school district. We run into school district. When I was working as an educator for school district, I didn't mind paying all that tax because it was going in a circle. I get the money back. But now I don't. I'm paying. I tell my grandkids, go to school. I'm paying for your school. I'm paying for the teacher. So now this zoning coming out, I said, where are we going to go? What are we going to do? And these guys are my neighbor. We all live together. We have no problem. We've been there for a long time. I actually bought the land from the Chamberlain long time ago, Sam Chamberlain. That's how I moved into Blandon, have a house built. I went to school in Blandon, and I really liked it because I thought it's a wonderful neighbor. I enjoyed living here. Now this zoning came out. When I received the card, I said, what is going on? What are they talking about? I don't understand it. But now I'm thinking, reading this, okay, I need to talk to some of you sitting here. So I can understand more. Then I'm thinking, no wonder we don't have good business in Blandon because we are cutting them down. I always think that commissioner responsibility to support the business so where business can grow. But now I don't know what to think.
That's time right there.
So that's how it is. Okay?
I hear you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one I have is Tony Lake. Could be Tom Lake. Could be Troy Lake. Okay, so you're good? All right, we'll move on. Joy Howell. There you are.
Joy Howell, Mexican Hat. That inauguration yesterday filled me with hope. Inspiration. Yeah, finally, after 4 years of fear and uncertainty, I was really happy in this. Like, oh, I live in San Juan County, Utah. Whew. The Constitution's a little bit on the chopping block here for us. Made me pretty sad. You guys all take an oath to protect and preserve our rights. The planning administrator, the planning and zoning bunch, they don't. But you guys do. And the Fourth Amendment, it says in, sorry, I want to hear about, by accepting a land use permit, when you go and get, and you have to get a permit, you're agreeing to cooperate in compliance examinations and investigations. Failing to correct a violation constitutes a Class B misdemeanor. That's in this ordinance. You guys need to get rid of it. It's not going to fly. I'm not going to comply with it. I'm not going to roll over, but I am going to fight.
Thank you. Thanks, Joy. Okay, the next one I have on here is Luke Lesnar. Luke? You're good? Yeah. Okay. Rebecca Stevenson?
Can I give my time to someone else?
Sure.
Okay,
We'll go.
I'd like Kendall to take my time. I'd like to reiterate, go ahead and come up. I'd like to reiterate, I agree that we should not be hiring somebody and paying our tax money to somebody to come and monitor us. His suggestions were great. And I also want to reiterate that you guys are elected. The little gal that began, she said, we want to make sure that we give you rights. And you guys are not elected to give us rights. You're elected to protect our rights and keep them from being limited or restricted so that we don't have to deal with coming in and doing stuff like this. You're supposed to protect our rights that we already have. Kendall, can you take it?
Yeah.
Josette and Jean-Paul would also like him to take their time.
So I don't have that much, but I will be quick. So public involvement, the state law requires that you involve the public to a certain extent. Those are minimal standards. Those are the minimum standards, the bare minimum. Now, I would submit to you that a letter that was signed by over 275 of your citizens also explained how this process did not comply with the minimal standards. Okay, that's problematic. However, we're in a county that's larger than some states. The minimum standards, like if that's what we're shooting for, that's pretty unacceptable. That's low. To not require something that is going to impact people's life, liberty, or property to stretch beyond the minimal standards, and then to fail to even meet the minimum standards, that's really bad. I want to also point out that there's a lot of confusion in this room. I've heard a lot of stories coming out of this building that confusion is because of me, and I take exception to that. I've heard it. It's been written. It's been said, and I have beef with that, and I'll deal with that beef at a later date in a much more professional manner. That being said, the confusion perhaps comes from a January 9th meeting where the Planning Commission was interrupted every 1.4 minutes by staff. You all would not be able to function or get your message out to the public in a clear way if you were being interrupted every 1.4 minutes throughout this meeting today. It's not happening. And so this needs to be sent back so that the Planning Commission can comply with the law, comply with the rules, and perhaps when they meet the minimum standards for public involvement, maybe go a little bit further in this county that is as big and as diverse as San Juan County is. My final comment is Thomas DeLong, a professor of management practice at Harvard Business School, said the only way you can do something well is to do something poorly first. There is no other way. So let's do it right. It's been done poorly. Let's do it right, and let's go back and let's get involved in the way that it needs to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So Cosette, I had Cosette Stevenson on here. She's good? Okay. Because Kendall ate some of that time as well. I heard you. So John Paul Warren, Jean, that one's good too. Philip?
Thank you, commissioners. The fact that the majority of changes, there's been a majority of change or many changes to the ordinance in the last 2 weeks, and they're significant changes, and that is evidence that the ordinance is not baked. It's not ready to pass. If we have more time, I'm sure more changes will be made, but the fact that we've had significant changes in the last 2 weeks says this thing isn't ready. If you look around the room, significant turnout today is a clear message from your constituents. The very people you're sworn to serve have serious concerns about the ordinance, about the regulations. There's serious constitutional concerns. You're essentially regulatory taking, whereas if you took our property, you'd have to compensate for us, eminent domain type laws. Taking via regulation is also taking, and it's taking our rights. It's taking a portion of our property. Even if we get grandfathered in, when we sell that property, it's less valuable because rights to that property and the use of that property cannot be passed on to the next owner. And so when we sell it, the property values have gone down if you've taken rights and privileges associated with that, even if we have grandfathered rights, so that those, so that we can use it. The property value has still been diminished. There are several Supreme Court cases that talk about the diminishing of rights and being compensated for that. I'm not certain that the laws or the regulations you're putting in place extend to that level. But I am concerned that there may be some regulatory taking that would require compensation for some, if not all, of the people, depending on the rights that are being taken and the level. The rush timeline documentation, I haven't been able to read through the entire document. I haven't even gotten a copy of it. With the timeline that I've had, I think most of the people here have not been able to properly consume the document to see how it affects them and their future rights and their values. And I think that alone is something that all of us need, is more time to process and consume what is being enforced or what is being proposed. And if nothing else, I would urge that you delay any decisions so that we could properly consume it and see how it is going to affect things. Thank you.
That's time right there.
All right.
Okay, the next one on here I have Greg Colbretta.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Greg Culberth. I live in Elk Meadows out north of Monticello a little ways. And I think most of what I had to say has been said, with a few maybe exceptions. A lot of the language is a little bit vague for me. I like to play amateur radio. That's my hobby. I spend a lot of time at it, and I think it's fun. And I don't like it when it looks like that's going to be curtailed. So when I saw telecommunication towers, I assumed we were saying that that might not be something that I would have to pay money to get a permit to do. Hoping that that is a commercial telecommunications tower and not a homeowner's. If you're going to tell me that I can't put up a TV or a radio antenna, then we will have trouble. I've spent a lot of money and I'll spend a lot more to enjoy my hobby. So whatever that takes. At any rate, I don't know if it's been considered, but some of the rezoning, I've noticed that out north of Elk Meadows, there is a particular parcel of property, 700 some odd acres, that 3 years ago was an attempt was made to subdivide that into 1 acre parcels. And several homeowners came in and talked about that at length, and that we managed to nip that in the bud, that we thought anyway. Turns out that now it's rezoned as 1 acre parcels. It's all solid rock. There isn't any water out there. Any wastewater that is put onto the ground is going to go straight to the drinking water that other people need. It doesn't. Traveling through the soil will reduce the wastewater and clarify it to a certain degree after a certain amount of time. I've spent 25 years in that business. But I do know that if you put it on top of a rock, it's a straight shot, and there's little or no treatment at all that happens that way. That's a mistake. Surely, in the planning and zoning's wisdom, they could do an overlay of what kind of soils are there, what the availability of water is in that area, and use that in their determination as to whether that particular parcel of property is going to be worth developing, or if it really should just remain ag and be okay pasture. I mean, it's just marginally okay pasture at that. So that will do it for me. Everybody have a great day. Thanks.
Okay, this next one on here I have, it looks like Joe Mullen, could be John Mullen, could be, yeah, John from Monticello. Okay, not seeing anybody recognize that one. Oh, Joe. Okay, sorry.
Hello, commissioners. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Wow. Planning and zoning have created something. There's a little something for all of us to hate in this terrible, poorly thought out proposal. Guys, we need to cut the head off this animal before it gets out in the wild. This is terrible. Terrible. I live out in Elk Meadows next to Greg. 3 years ago, the planning and zoning tried to steamroll changing RR1 to R1 so some developer from Provo could do his nasty work out there. We get this new proposal, and here it is back again, RR1 to R1. It's like, what the heck is going on in San Juan County? What the heck? I think we need investigation on San Juan County. That's just my personal opinion. But it seems to me that a whole lot of people are not happy with what's going on here, and this proposal needs to be cut the head off this monster before it gets out there. Kendall, do you want the rest of my time?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, I'm here to support Kendall. His letter. My God, guys, let's put this thing out. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next one I have on here is Robbie.
Hi.
Hey, Robbie.
Could you put up map page 4, please? Joe has handouts for you all.
Okay, hold on.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Robbie Philcorn. I live out north of Monticello. So, I gave you a map, and on the left-hand side, you see this is from the official map page 4 that they did in this new land ordinance. That yellow area is currently zoned R1 or RR1, rural residential, 5-acre or more lots, or agriculture. You see that yellow zone that they've drawn in there? That is approximately 1,401 acre residential lots, arguably the size of Monticello. That's high density housing that's being proposed, the size of a small city. But this is what we call spot zoning. So when you go forward with all of your planning documents that come forward, I have the definition of spot zoning here. So check this out. When a parcel of land is singled out and rezoned for the special benefit of the developer or the person building the houses, when it does not conform with the general plan or is inconsistent with its surroundings, provides no similar level of benefit to the owners in the surrounding vicinity. So let's contrast that with our general plan. If you turn this over, I have listed too many citations from the general plan that say do the opposite. So at the bottom is a second document that the county even paid for to have done, the Dwelling on the Future, which acknowledges that prime development assets are building neighborhoods that have close proximity to water, sewer tie-ins, and the availability of surrounding infrastructure. If you flip it back over to the front, I've got some final bullets. First of all, the bullet points show you that a great deal of this property was already perk tested and failed. That's it. It failed. 1,400 acres where putting in septic tanks is questionable. There are no paved roads. I haven't heard from a developer who's going to put up a county bond to build roads. There are no water and sewer tie-ins. There's no infrastructure. Let's add in the hundreds of stopped cars going up Peters Hill in the fast lane. So my question, honestly, when I saw this, because we defeated this a couple of years ago, was where did this come from and who did this? So if in fact the Planning and Zoning Commission has been reviewing the plan for 4 years, then this was already a done deal a couple of years ago in June of 2022. And it was shot down for all the reasons that I just shared with you. So if you want your new legacy for planning to be responsible and good developmental planning, then spot zoning like this anywhere in the county is just out of the question. That's not why we moved here. That's not why we live here. So I would recommend that you just toss out any of the parts that have spot zoning in them, such as page 4. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Okay, the next one on here, I've got Dan Shumway.
I'm Dan Shumway from Blanding. My Shumway grandparents and their 12 children, great-grandparents, moved into San Juan County over 100 years ago. I was born here in San Juan County. My wife and I raised our children here in San Juan County. Our children now have their own homes and their own property. When they were young, my wife and I, we had a dream. We wanted to have our own property. We wanted to have our own home to raise our children in. We scrimped and saved, and 50 years ago, I can remember it like it was yesterday. We bought a few acres of ground in the county. And through our efforts, we were soon able to build ourselves a home. We love that home and our land. And we found ourselves empty nesters. It was a January about like this several years ago. I looked at my wife and I said, I've been waiting for global warming now for years and it isn't here. Let's pack up and go down to somewhere where there's some warm weather for a month or so. Like naive spring chickens, we grabbed our suitcases and headed to sunny southern Arizona. The temperature was 70 degrees. I thought I was in paradise. But there was a taint of brimstone smoke in the air. There was something wrong. We were only 15 miles from the California border, and we were just barely north of the Mexican border. And the people that were crawling out of there, fleeing out of California, they had a hollow, tortured look in their eyes from the planning and zoning commissions in California. The poor people from Mexico had been dictated to, and the zoning enforcers they were lucky to get out of there with their lives. Well, we came home to Blanding later on that year. 70 miles down the road, I could see the Blue Mountains, and they were covered with snow, but I had a warm feeling in my heart. And as soon as we got home, I wrote these few words here, and I want to read them to you. My great-grandparents Shumway came to San Juan County in 1910. Since then, you couldn't chase us away. What a great place it's been. I like the country around here. The climate is swell. Gardens, flowers, a mountain so near we hardly need a jail. Look at all the good folks in town. As far as I can tell, San Juan County takes the cake hands down. It's the furthest place from hell.
That's time right there, Mr. Shumway.
All right.
Okay, I've got the next one on here. I've got Fred Burnett. Fred.
I hope the commission knows how to keep this the furthest place from hell, and that's why I vote.
I just want to start off by thanking all of you guys. Your hard work.
State your name, William.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, will you state your name for him again?
What?
Will you state your name?
I just want to thank all of you for your hard work. I'm Fred Burnett. I live out in Monticello Airport. And I'd like to, again, thank you for your work. I know it's a tireless effort sometimes. What I propose, one, to build an ad hoc committee to oversee what you're doing from citizens from this county, people that actually live in the environment that you're trying to regulate. Sometimes it gets a little easy to overregulate things and control. The other things, we see a lot of inconsistencies in your document and things that are contradictory. And my wife will do that next. But these things would lend a normal or prudent person to relook at the document, reevaluate it, and table it. You've already have a process in place. There's no reason to rush through this. You're affecting a lot of people's lives. And we moved out here for the rural community. I came from a POA in Spruce Creek, Florida, and they regulated everything. But we had amenities, swimming pools, country clubs, and everything was easy to live. So the regulations were well placed. They regulated our colors, our lot sizes, our driveway sizes, the colors of our driveways. So, but in that same token, we had a lot. We had supermarkets right there within a 700-acre community with airports, golf courses, and swimming pools. So that was a nice community. We lived with that. I moved out here to get away from that, and it seems like we're moving back into that environment. So I would advise or ask, please, review this document completely, line by line, and get rid of the inconsistencies and evaluate what you're actually doing to people, not just controlling land. Thank you for your time. You guys have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Mr. Burnett. Okay, the next one I had on here was Nancy.
Hi, my name is Nancy Burnett, and I live with Fred out at the airport. And he is correct. We came from a highly regulated area, and we moved out here for a specific reason. My experience, I spent 35 plus years in the insurance industry. We're doing contracts, insurance policies, and it's all about intent. And everyone is saying that we need to be educated. And please don't take this comment wrong. I can't expect you all to know about every industry, every nuance that may or may not happen. And I sent y'all an email last night about my concerns, and there are inconsistencies. I think the resounding theme is we need to take more time. We need to be educated. you can learn from the people in the county. You did a great job, by the way. I'm impressed. And so we're asking not that you just throw it out, cut the head off. We're asking for more review. I came up with the ad hoc committee. It was in my email. You know, people in this community, we have a lot of very talented, intelligent people that totally impress me. And their experience, their base knowledge can add so much to this ordinance, and we can make it really excellent instead of just passing it and hoping for the best. So I had sent you an email. I had expressed my concerns. I appreciate, Sylvia, you returning my email saying I saw it, but we're just asking. I think the general theme today is do not approve it, send it back, and we will all attend the meetings. I know I will be better at it, and try to give our input and try to educate everyone so that we all can come together, live peacefully, and improve morals, improve tax base, improve our economy. And that's what we're all here for. So I appreciate all the hard work and just want to thank you. So if you would just please, you know, honor the request of all the people that signed the letter, sent you emails, and are standing here today. I learned a lot today, to be perfectly honest. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. Okay, the next one I have Dan Wolf.
I think he's in the other room, so give me just a second here.
Okay, hopefully they'll hear it. So,
Got the 20-second delay.
okay, we'll move on to the next one real fast, and we can come back to. I had Dan and Donnelly Wolf on here. The next one I have Stacy Hennis. They might be in the other room as well. We'll hold on those two. I had Stacy or Dan Wolf. Dan. I think it's Dan. How about Mandy Schultz? Hey, Mandy. Okay. Go ahead, Mandy. You can go ahead.
I'm Mandy Schultz from LaSalle, Utah. I did want to state that I do appreciate the work that has gone into this. I know that it's been a lot of work. I do really feel strongly, though, that even though I know that there were efforts made to let people know about all the changes, we're very rural, and a lot of times there is, we don't hear things until later on. And I really feel that we had actually learned about it clear back in June, and a bunch of calls went out and stuff we were contacted and stuff about the changes. And so I feel like when LaSalle finally were aware, when they had the workshop out there was a lot of turnout because people knew. And then I feel like the same thing on the 9th, a lot of people knew. And so they wanted to be part of it. And I know that might be later coming into it, but I do feel like that we do need more time to understand the needs of everybody. And I know that a lot of hard work has gone into it. I think we're going in the right direction, but I feel like it still needs a little more time. We're still not quite there yet. I also really strongly feel that Spanish Valley has extremely different needs than the rest of our county, and they need to be zoned differently than us. I don't think that there's a middle ground or a way to blanket it. It's different. It's totally different. They're kind of more of part of Moab, and they have needs that are directed more to that, not this rural lifestyle. I think it needs to be separate. And also there are still properties that are not being zoned according to their current use right now. Just as you drive by LaSalle Junction, there's an airstrip and a helipad there. That's not being accounted for, and there's lots of other ones like that. So I just feel like there's more time. So I ask that please just let's give people time, and also let's just do it right, not just push it through. Please do not push it through. Thank you.
Okay, then let's go back to Stacy, right? Okay.
Hi, I'm Stacy Hannes from Blanding. Man, I hate public speaking. I'm so nervous. My concern with this is it was rushed too soon. It doesn't address the people's concerns like businesses. I personally have a business that's not brick and mortar in my home, but it is on my lot that I run my nail salon out of. And with the way it is written at the moment, because it is not in the building, I will no longer be in compliance and will be allowed to do that. That will affect my livelihood that I'm trying to start up as income. Another thing is, can I get clarification some way, somehow about the communication towers? Is that commercial? Is it radio towers? Is it antennas type like that, like the one gentleman was saying? There's things in there that I feel like are not clarified well enough to be pushed through to where we, the people in the community, understand them all completely. Also, how does it affect us, like in our own homes, on our private property? Why are we being restricted on what we can and cannot have, animal-wise, things like that, when it doesn't pose a problem to the neighbors as long as it's controlled? Where should that? Why can you guys regulate that? I mean, it's private. It's our place. I feel like that it shouldn't even be on the chopping block at all. Period. It doesn't concern you. Like it, as long as it's not a nuisance. I can understand if like 200 cats were, the smell and everything. I can understand that. But where do you guys get off saying that we are allowed to only have like 5 animals or 3 cats or 3 in our own home, as long as it's not a nuisance, as long as it doesn't, they're being contained, like as long as the smell is being controlled and things like that, and it doesn't bother the people. Why are we having to be restricted to that? And the other thing is, like campers and stuff. I have 3 on my property currently. They are not livable. Even if I wanted to go camping in them, they're being used strictly for storage. Per what I'm understanding, it says that I'm only allowed 2 of those. Well, what am I going to do with my stuff that I have in there that I'm storing to keep it dry and, because I live in a tiny trailer. So that also affects me a little bit there because they're being basically a building, but on wheels for the most part. They are not camp livable anymore. The one has been gutted because some cats got in there and died. So it had a bad smell. We had to totally gut it. Now it's completely just storage. But it's still a camper by looks and all rights. It still looks like a camper, so that would still affect me. And then just overall, I feel like the whole plan itself was rushed, that it's infringing on a bunch of people's rights. And I think that it needs to go back and be looked at and reworked to where it's not going against so many amendments of our rights and privileges that we, the county people that live out there, want out there. That's the whole reason we move outside of city limits, is so that we aren't so restricted on what we do on our private property that we pay taxes on and maintain. That's just how I feel. I want to say I appreciate you guys' hard work and everything with all this, and I understand that there does need to be some rules and regulations.
It's time right there.
But I just wanted to say thank you. So I do understand that, and I'm just hoping you will reconsider this and let it go back to planning a little bit longer.
Okay, the next one I have is Jeff Clayson. Clace.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Clausen. I live in Old LaSalle at the southern base of Mount Peel. First of all, commissioners, did you receive the letter that I should be in your packet?
Did you email it?
It should have been inserted into your packet.
All comments received up until 10:30 last night were forwarded to the commission. Anything after 10:30 p.m.
Okay. Does this look familiar at all?
We've gotten like a ton of
Okay.
them. So I want to say, yeah.
I would imagine. I saw people with stacks. May I present this to you? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So I guess my 3 minutes starts now. Okay.
I started already. You were down to 158.
Okay. First of all, I'll just read what this letter has to say. I'd like to commend Kristen Bushnell for all of her hard work, her perseverance, and her grace during the process. of updating the zoning for San Juan County. I've spoken with her personally many times and participated in the LaSalle Town Hall meetings and have listened virtually to several planning meetings. At all times, she was informative, poised, listened to issues raised, and clearly stated she and the county indeed want everyone to enjoy their lives and prosper. She listened to residents of LaSalle's concerns, made changes asked for, and has worked with us to achieve a logical plan. She has performed beyond expectations and deserves to be acknowledged for her work. My background gives me insight into the challenges of our rural community. I was raised on a 1,000-acre farm in South Dakota. We raise corn, oats, hay, hundreds of cattle and hogs. Our town is smaller than LaSalle. Our town is smaller than this town. I have a personal experience of the challenges of planning that is going on here. I was a senior planner for the largest engineering firm in the world. The firm is called URS. No one knows what that means. Kristen has braved this experience and continues to complete the task she was assigned. She's done so with flying colors, although with maybe a few bruises and some unkind words. Following my career as a planner, and this is noteworthy, folks, I moved into education and became a teacher. This brings me to highlight a part of this plan that Kristen and the county is trying to do. Carve out a residential area in LaSalle so that we can have families and young children move to our area. Currently, we have only 6 children in the school. What does that tell you? The school may close. It's closed before.
Time right there, sir. You had Denise.
Thank you very much.
Clayson. Hey, Denise.
I also submitted a letter and also these
Oh,
are the
I
written comments
recognize
I'm
that.
gonna read
No, I'm just
today.
kidding.
So those of you who are supposed to be taking notes can take a break. I've been where you are, I know how that goes. It's tiresome, it's tedious, and stressful. So, good afternoon. My name is Denise Clausen. I live at 25 Porcupine Lane in Old LaSalle. I originally bought this property in 2003. I was a teacher in Virginia and a school administrator, assistant superintendent, State Department of Education, migrant education coordinator. And I was planning to retire out here after those 30 years, so I bought my property with that plan in mind. I spent summers out here adding infrastructure and preparing a suitable home, and so I was able to retire here full-time in 2014. I've actually planned to retire and ended up teaching another 10 years in Colorado and Utah, so now I'm officially retired now. This is my first fall not tied to a school calendar since I was 3, and I'm 62 now. I'm here today, though, to support the proposed changes to the land use development and management ordinances. During the 22 years I've owned my property, I've always followed current building codes and zoning ordinances. I could call the appropriate office, even from Virginia, and my questions were always answered in a timely manner. Much of my planning I did in Virginia, so when I arrived here for the summer months, construction time would be maximized. Although personnel have changed over the years, the offices maintained quality employees. This is a lot to be proud of, considering how hard it is to hire, train, and retain qualified staff in a rural community. I know from experience because I was in charge of personnel hiring in a very small school district in Virginia. It's tough, tough, tough. Speaking of highly qualified staff, your county team members have worked tirelessly in order to hear every voice shared and considered individual concerns within the big picture, giving respect to the past along with a nod to the future. I'm not a latecomer to this conversation. I've been involved. I've read the zoning. It's online. It's always available every month. Timely. So I believe the changes have been more than properly vetted throughout the community and represent a positive step toward bringing San Juan County up to the date with state ordinance requirements. Yes, we have state laws we have to follow, and we are in non-compliant status because we haven't updated our ordinances in 2030. We have these big gaps. Further, there's a user-friendly process included, which offers opportunity for change in the future, making this a living, working document. And this is imperative because I've witnessed communities that don't change and they die on the vine. Most of us do not embrace change, but it's inevitable
and best faced with thoughtful preparation, and I believe this has been done in this case. I hail from Virginia, and I choose that word because the Commanders are in the playoffs for the first time since 1991.
That's time right there.
Miracles do happen.
Sorry, ma'am, that's time.
I appreciate your time and consideration, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next one I have on here, Peter Jackson. Okay. Next on here is Linda Cunningham. Not seeing a Linda in here. Give it a second. There's like there's a delay between the TVs on the live. So how about, it looks like Cheryl Carlson or Sherelle. Oh, the other one. Let's go to Lane Palmer. Hey, Lane.
All right, yeah, so I'm Lane Palmer. I'm from San Juan County, near Blanding. So first off, I just feel like I have so many people that aren't here that have told me, hey, represent us because we are busy, we got all these things. So I told them I'd request an hour and a half to talk. But jokes aside, 3 minutes is not very much time to talk about 134 pages. There's a lot going on, and you have to be a lawyer to understand half of it. It's here, there, and everywhere, and you have to have time to be able to read it. And most of us are working busy and like with our own jobs and stuff. Like, I mean, I could talk to you for hours just about camera equipment and that kind of stuff. And on here, like, I mean, I feel like it's just very restrictive, especially towards business. And like I brought up in the zoning meeting, it says right here in the permitted, if it's not listed, it's not allowed. I think that's anti-American. My business about video and photography studios is not here, so you're going to shut me down. My wife's business for dog grooming is not here. There's just a lot of things that I don't think were thought through and considered, or even, and I just feel like if there's a problem, we should address it then. And so that's that as far as the business side of things go. But I feel like us, the people, we're here and we've supported you guys, and now it's time for you to support us. We need to take a lot of these regulations out. We need to send it back to the zoning committee. This is inappropriate. It's half cracked, and it needs to be done right. And let's do it right the first time. If we're shooting for our 20-year window that they talked about at the beginning, then we have time to do this. Let's do it right. Let's do a good job. Let's not just rush it through. Let's educate ourselves on it, and let's simplify it. Let's make it so we can understand it. And so the people that come next after you, they can look at it and see it clearly. And us as citizens, like, we have so many things, like I said, we're busy with our jobs and everything. And this is just more things that we have to understand. And it's hard to understand if we don't understand that we're even breaking rules and stuff, because it's so much. I think it needs to be simplified. It needs to be deregulated. And I mean, look to the future. Look, like, this is very restrictive for business, all kinds of other things, like the pet ordinances and nuisance ordinances and things. And it's like, right now, me and my wife struggle having kids, and like our pets are our kids. Are you going to take away our pets? I mean, because if we have more than 4, like, that's frustrating. And so there's just so many things, and it's hard for me to say everything I want to say, and especially when I get up here in front of everybody. My mind just goes blank, and I even write down a list of things to say, and I still, like, then I can't read, and everything mixes around. But that's, so it's like, I wish I could just spend the time to, like, go over everything with you guys, but I obviously don't have that kind of time. But my recommendation is to send this back. Let's do it right. Don't pass it today. Let's make sure that everyone is accounted for and all of their things. And anyways, thanks for everything that you do, and let's do a good job.
Thanks, Mr. Paul. Okay, the next one on here I have Jim Brandt. So Jim Brandt. How about Billy Howell? Is he down in the other room? Okay.
Oh, I hear him yelling at him.
He's not down there now, Matt.
He's not down there. Okay. Let's see. I had Billy Howell, Dennis Grinder. Dennis. All right.
He left.
Oh, he's gone. All right.
My name is Dennis Grinder, and I live in Monticello, but my heart is in my property in Montezuma Canyon. So just to preface off a couple notes, there's a lot of things that brought us here. We bought our property 11 years ago, and we've been saving for it for almost 40 years. And there's a lot of wonderful people here. There's the beautiful natural area, and there's a lot of things to commend this county. But I can tell you the big thing that brought us here is freedom. If you want a really restrictive county, if you want to live in a county like that, and we came from a county like that in Washington State, you can go almost anywhere else in the United States and get all the regulations that you want as far as the county's concerned, as far as what you can do on your own property. This place is, if you want to live in the lower 48, this is about as remote and as rural as you can get. And if you can't have freedom here, where can you have it? I concur with Mr. Goodman, whose comments about the restrictions in that he made, and the reasons that he moved to this state and this county. And I also agree with the gentleman from Blanding and many others who have commented that we need more time to look at this. I do understand what Kristen was saying and the amount of work that she's put into this, but I've talked to a number of people, more than probably 80% of the people I've talked to, and they are getting into this very late. They've been given notice about this very late. So I just strongly recommend that we go back and we have more time for the people to consider this. Some of these may be good things. There's a lot on here that one of the things that I would note that I disagree with is there doesn't seem to be a distinction between large commercial operations and small boutique operations where individuals are just trying to live off their land. If you don't want a massive rock quarry in here, I understand that, but some guy who's making things out of rocks or something and selling them maybe occasionally in a store or something, that's a bit different. So I think there needs to be a lot of flexibility here, and I would just argue those two things primarily. Number one, the freedom of the people here with a low number of regulations, and number two, let's take a look at this closer, get more people on board that can look at it. And, I just recommend that you, for the moment, that you back off and vote on this at a later date. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's try. I'm just trying to figure out a good list. I had Linda Cunningham.
Yeah, I signed the wrong sheet.
Okay. And then that's Cheryl Carlson. Then I had it looks like a Jack Mueller. Could be Jake. Could be Joe Mueller. Reminds me of a movie. Then Jim Brandt. No Jim. Shannon Brooks. I know you're here.
I'm going to read my comments or we'll go way over 3 minutes. Communication. That's what this is about. This isn't a witch hunt or trying to find somebody to blame. We're not communicating properly. That's part county, part people, right? As of March 2023, the San Juan County Planning Commission has spent a minimum of 35 hours together to create the current LUDMO. That's the ordinance. Not to mention the hundreds of hours that Kristen and her staff has put into the project over the past year or so. So I applaud these efforts. I think it's great. We do need some regulation, but we got to make this decision together, and that's not happening. I appreciate that these are open meetings and that the public is invited, but unlike county commission meetings that deal with ongoing county issues, I would venture to say that most people are completely unaware of the existence of a planning commission unless they've had to pull a permit or subdivide a lot. Reviewing the planning commission meetings, they're all on YouTube, there's about 15 of them there, I can see virtually no public interaction with this commission. It appeared to me that the occasional public input that was given during this meeting was well received by the commission. I imagine that 90% or more of the citizens that have no idea that this ordinance was being updated or that has been taking place over the last year. I certainly didn't. Whatever methods we're using to communicate this with the public are ineffective, so we've got to improve that. Most of us here, I think today, live at the end of a dirt road. That's a very different lifestyle than probably most of the people on the commission live. So we've got to maybe increase that representation some. Land use changes are a very big deal, especially on unincorporated county land. We're talking about changing land use on property that many of us have poured our hearts and our souls and our life savings into. I forgot my glasses, sorry. Land that in many cases is our current source of livelihood. Land that we dream of growing old on. Land that serves as a gathering place for our families. A place to help wayward grandchildren become grounded without spending thousands and thousands of dollars to meet arbitrary, even urban land use requirements. I'm asking you to vote no on LUDMO, that's the ordinance, and give us unincorporated county dwellers 6 months or more to review the ordinance now that we are aware of its existence, and allow us to civilly engage the Planning Commission with real life concerns that impact our morale, our income, and our liberty. I publicly volunteer to spearhead an education effort for the folks in our county and help them become aware of the current ordinance that Kristen's working on and the proposed changes. I want to avoid the bottleneck of comments and complaints that plagued the January 9 meeting.
Right there.
Okay. Anyway, that's what I'm hoping to do. Thank you for what you do. Kristen, thank you for you and your team. I think it's great. We just got to come together, all of us, and work together on this. And it's our fault as a public, I think, as much as maybe lack of communication. Great. We tried it once. Let's try it again. And I'll be at the next planning commission.
Next one I've got on here is Charles Boyd. So is there Charles Boyd? Okay, if not Charles may be outside. I had the Rhonda DeGroot. We called her before, along with Jacob DeGroot or Grout. Norma Roth. These guys might be outside. David Churchill. Okay, let's try to get back to the audience here. So I had an Orlando Cortez. I seen him out in the hall. I don't know if he's still out there or a Jacqueline King.
Orlando Cortez?
Yeah. He'd be in the Forest Service clothes.
Thank you for letting us come here and address you today. I'm asking you to please reconsider passing this today. And
okay.
Thank you, Mimi, for bringing this to everyone's attention with the petition that was signed by over 1,000 of your constituents. I come from originally come from a small town who has now been so overruled, so overregulated, and so rezoned that it has crippled that small town in the name of progress. The over-commercialism and the overgrowth have left it unsustainable, and it's brought in nothing but drug use, crime, and degeneracy, where a lot of the old families that have put their blood, sweat, and tears into building that small town have left and have brought in blue state mentalities. My hometown, it's sad to go visit because it is ruined in the name of commercialism. There's a spot on the map for Monticello that you want to commercialize Eastland. I'm asking why? And with what water are you going to allow those businesses to have? As Eastland dwellers, there's some of us here today, we don't hardly have enough adequate water for ourselves. Why do we need to open up businesses that will monopolize taps that we don't have? That the Water Board has expressed, Eastland Special Services has expressed every meeting that we have no more water taps for Eastland. Why do the commercials will get them? We don't know. We live in Eastland to be safe and to coexist with our neighbors that we moved in to, not to change the way we live. And we ask for that respect back. Thank you.
So next I have Michael King. So Michael King. All right. Okay, perfect. All right. So Crystal Alvarez. There you go. Crystal's here.
Hi there. I'm Crystal Alvarez. I'm from East of Monticello. To start off, I think it's been implied that many of us have not been involved in this process as planning and zoning thinks we should have been. But with all due respect, I've been trying to get in touch with my commissioner for months to no avail. Now, I wrote this prior to the planning and zoning meeting to discuss the ordinance, and I'm going to read it even though I know that there's been some changes that probably apply to what I'm going to say. But according to this new land use ordinance, I can build an airport, a landing strip, a helipad, electric vehicle charging station, windmills, and even a resort on my agricultural property. But I can't build a church, a clinic, a barbershop, or even dog kennels. I can build a sawmill, but I can't use my freshly milled wood in my cabinet shop because cabinet shops aren't allowed. I can build a grain mill, but I can't use my freshly milled grains in baked goods and bread because a bakery is not allowed. I can raise cattle, sheep, pigs, goats, but I can't butcher them because manufacturing of meat products isn't allowed. I can build 100 or more cabins for the specific purpose of short-term and overnight rentals, but an apartment complex to aid in the housing crisis isn't allowed. I can build a multi-million-dollar golf course on my agricultural property, but I wouldn't be able to serve food because restaurants of any kind are not allowed. I can have a farm stand to sell my farm produce, but I can't have a food truck to create a menu of delicacies made with my farm fresh produce. Please refer to section 1, titled Purpose, paragraph 9. How does any of this provide fundamental fairness in land use regulation? The number 2 point in the purpose section is promoting prosperity. Prosperity defined as the condition of being successful or thriving, especially economic well-being. Money. Got it. That's the second most important purpose of this land use ordinance. But it's not money for the people. You're telling us what is and is not allowed business-wise in specific zones and limiting our abilities as residents of San Juan County. I've spent the better part of the last year working on my family's property in the hopes of bringing something to this community, only to find out that it probably isn't going to be allowed. San Juan County will never be Moab. Not Monticello, not Blanding, not Bluff. And that's a lot of the reason that many of us have remained here, because we don't want it to be. And we shouldn't be punished by this land use ordinance because you might want it to be Moab someday. Thank you.
So the next one on here I have, so I've got a Sam, maybe? The way that I'm reading it is M-E-A-B, or it might be Mealy. Sam Mealy? If not Sam, somebody signed up with just the first name Rachel. Okay.
I am Rachel. I live in San Juan County. I have severe social anxiety. This is really hard for me. I am here. So, a couple of things. I come from a single alcoholic father. If it wasn't for dogs, I would not be alive to this day. since I was 11 years old. I volunteered at Humane Society's boarding. I worked at boarding kennels, vet clinics. We currently have a kennel before we moved what is defined as a kennel. When we moved here, even before 2 years before I did, when we bought the land, we made sure that we could have our animals and it was allowed. I moved here 8 years ago. As far as my understanding, not one of my dogs, and I probably have more dogs in the whole city of Eastland, has never caused a problem. Not once have they gotten loose. Not once have there been sanitary. I change out my food bowls once a year. I have a wishy-wash system which sanitizes everything. I am not a commercial business. Everything I do is for myself. Or if I do have a litter, half of them are given away to friends. Low budget. I don't come from money. I look into that. This breed right here, this is Banshee. She's my service dog. It is a Donovan Pinscher. A lot of people would probably cringe when they look up Donovan Pinscher. It is not your typical dog. She failed at being a Donovan Pinscher. She's an amazing service dog. Everybody, she's been to wrestling tournaments. Kids have jumped on her coming down from bleachers, all kinds of stuff. I get compliments on how well behaved she is. Now, her breed was bred for police work, protection, and guard dogs. It is in almost going to be not in existence because of some of the people that were behind it. But I plan, and if this goes through, I will not be, but I want to donate them to police stations. Police dogs are expensive. I want to just donate them. I come from where we don't have money, and I understand that, and I want to, help with some of that. These are amazing dogs as far as that goes. My son has been showing dogs since he was 6 years old. For me to tell him that we have to pick 4 dogs will not happen. We have livestock guardian dogs. We have a couple of companion dogs. We have working dogs. We have show dogs. Yes, it sounds unbearable, but I guarantee every single one of them is cared for, healthy, and living the best life. I know there's people hunting dogs. Hunting dogs have been something of the past that we're trying to get rid of. Even the ASPCA that everyone wants to worship and stuff like that, they're against animal ownership. It's more to regulate things than do that. And I'm sorry, that's my time. I tried to be more prepared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, now the next one looks like it looks like a Denise Brownell.
Thank you. You're fine.
Thank you.
My name is Donna Brownell, and my husband Steve and I own Upper Pack Creek Ranch in northern San Juan County. The ranch is now and has been forever agricultural in nature, and the latest proposal has it zoned recreational support. I'm here today to back up a request in writing to you that has already been provided for you to rezone that property to agricultural use. I'm aware of the vast scope of intricacies and complexities that the Planning Commission and the County Commission has endured over the past several years. And I applaud the dedication, the time spent, and the willingness of the Commission to work with citizens of San Juan County. Again, I'm here today to ask you to accept my request to have my property rezoned from recreational support to agricultural, and in doing so to add kennels to the agricultural permitted use, as veterinary clinics are permitted in agricultural use, and without kennels, they would be less able to do what they do. Thank you again for your consideration, your time, and the work that has gone into this process. And thank you, the people of San Juan County, for voicing your opinions.
Okay, the next one, let's try Peter Jackson. Your name was, must have been a couple places.
Hello, my name is Peter Jackson. I live next door to Mrs. Brownell. Ask you please double check that you will be looking over her zoning request. Yes?
The last name was Jackson, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, Howard Randall.
Can I add something really quick? I am more than welcome to help anybody that needs help with caring or understanding deworming protocol, vaccines, caring for animals free of charge to anyone, or how to build a doghouse, how to properly taser an animal, kennels, the difference between kennel and taser, and I'm willing to do all this for free if need be for anyone that needs that help.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody to know.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
This new election that we just have been blessed with Mr. Trump coming in as our 47th president, he received a signal from we the people that change was needed, regulation should stop, and we should be free as a people to enjoy our livelihoods, our homes, our environment, and do those things that bring us peace within our families and within our communities. And I think overregulation was one of the things that has injured our whole country, and we need to be careful when we overregulate.
Next one on here, let's try Doug Nurden. If you're out there, look for Holly Sloan as well.
We didn't hear the name.
Doug Nurden. Doug or Holly Sloan. David Churchill. Okay, Norma Roth. Then I've called the DeGroots before. Charles Boyd. Oh, hey, there's Holly. Thanks for hanging out there, Holly.
Yeah, no problem. Your office is really cold. But we can hear really well. Though there is this really weird delay. So
like
Stacy was speaking and we were watching her and then she walked into the room at the same
Okay.
time. It was really weird. Anyway, you know, it's kind of, I'm seeing old neighbors I haven't seen for a long time. I'm meeting new people. There's a lot of good things happening out there. I want to just mention two things. I am Holly Sloan. I live in northern San Juan County in the Pack Creek Ranch area. You heard from Dawn about the Upper Pack Creek Ranch, and we certainly hope you'll grant their request for agricultural, or I do. The Lower Pack Creek Ranch, Kristen found, I don't even really want to call it a compromise. I think she asked us to give input, and she found a way, I think with a lot of people's help, of creating zones that in my opinion, meet everybody's needs. It's not perfect, okay? It's not perfect. And, you know, if I was, you know, I don't want to speak for the entire community, but I'm sure there's members of our community that wish the entire community was residential, but this will work, I believe, what Kristen has recommended to you. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Because you've heard a lot from me and my husband, Colby. On another note, I just wanted to say I'm torn because I really appreciate the work that has gone into this. I am one of the, I don't know, somebody recently called me a junkie, and I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I'm one of the ones that have been participating in this process since it started 4 years ago. And and I'm torn because I'm so grateful for all the input. I also know how hard everybody has worked. And at the same time, I sort of feel like maybe what's going to work in some parts of the county are really not going to work in other parts of the county. And that's hard. That's hard to embrace because we wish there was one approach, but it's kind of like our neighborhood. What works in a part of our neighborhood is not necessarily what works in another part of our neighborhood. And I'm sort of feeling like we may just have to embrace the idea that Spanish Valley may need something that's different than the rest of the community, and that we need to be able to be a little bit more nuanced in our Ludmo. At the same time, I'm really torn because I'd like to see this done, and I'm sure a lot of people probably feel that way, but I'd also like to see it done as well as possible, because I don't think we're going to have another chance to do that. It will be hard to redo it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. And sorry, I keep misspelling your name, Lori, and I'm really sorry.
Saying it or spelling it?
No, I keep misspelling it, and now, and I'll get that right in the future.
It came with marriage.
Yeah, I know. No, it's the Lori I've been misspelling. I've been going Lauri, and
that's okay too.
Yeah,
However you want to
no,
do
no,
it.
no. I can get it right.
Thank you.
Okay, I did have a Dan and Donnelly Wolf. So Dan and Donnelly Wolf.
Wolf.
Dan Wolf or Donnelly Wolf.
She finished talking. She was also
Okay.
So weird.
Okay, let's see here. I've put out requests for the other people that were missing. I think I have pretty much everybody that had signed up for the public comment that's here in person. Was there anybody that we had missed?
We actually didn't sign up.
Okay, so come on up, state your name and where you reside in the county.
I ran over people. They should know. Send her to work.
Hi, my name is Jeremy White. I'm in Pack Creek Ranch.
And I'm Sky White. We're a team.
We just wanted to talk about why we are hoping for the recreational support zoning at Pack Creek. Historically, Pack Creek has been a dude ranch, and people all over the world have been coming there. It's the heart of our community. I had friends who worked as wranglers there, and it's changed a bit now, but there's still hope, that maybe we can get back there. And I think we really don't want to go full residential and actually miss out on this gem. I think we all think it's a gem up there. Just have different visions of how things are going to go in the future. At one point, there was a restaurant there. Love to see that again. And residential zoning would put that in peril. I think it's funny because I'm noticing everyone here is very about freedom and everything. And I think it's been interesting that I have neighbors who actually want more restrictions. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I personally was stunned by that. But that's what it is. And I think Holly was one of those people, but she's great because I think we all came together as a community, understood that we have different needs. So I think we really support your plan about having everyone's needs taken care of with what Kristen's put together.
And I really appreciate everybody coming to the table today to voice their opinion and be emotional about it, because it is emotional. And I also just want to encourage everybody to access and reach out to Kristen specifically, because she is completely open and she wants this county to flourish. She wants people to have rights, and she's one person. And so the door is open, truly. She is not a barrier. She is somebody that wants this to be a good plan. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Okay, there was a couple other hands that were raised.
My name's Jason Nam from Blanding, Utah. I just wanted to get up and say, I don't want to speak on this particular thing. I just want to say, I'm a constitutionalist, right? I believe in smaller government. I believe in government for the people, by the people, supporting the people. And I would say the people have showed up and said how they feel about this today. I think that it's something that needs to be curbed and pushed further down. Commissioner Mon, Commissioner Stubbs, Commissioner Harvey, as a county delegate, I voted for one of you that I could, and I campaigned for all three of you. You three are the people we voted for, no offense, but I don't vote for Mac and I don't vote for Kristen. You guys are the ones we've said, you're the like-minded people that we want to run this county, and I'd say the county showed up and said what they think. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else in the audience? Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to speak.
We'll get to online here in a second.
Okay.
All right, I'm David Laws. I live South Blanding. A couple of things I wanted to talk about. I didn't prepare anything because I didn't think I was going to need to, but I feel inspired to do so. To the three commissioners, I know all of you. I know who you are. I know your backgrounds. I know that each one of you had an opportunity at some time in your life to leave San Juan County, and you stayed. I want you to think about why you stayed here. What made you defer those opportunities, or what your priorities really were. Another thing I want to talk about, I spent 16 years in state government. I ran budgets. I know how this works. The proposals that are on the table with this is going to put more of an impact on taxpayers to cover county budgets. You're restricting new businesses, you're restricting existing businesses, and all that's going to do is put the table back onto us as taxpayers, which we're already taxed a lot. I built a house in 2022. If I was to build now, my building permit would have cost twice as much. Why? I see that all of these budgets are going through the roof, but there's not been anything to offset those as far as production in our county. That needs to be addressed, and this is not the way to do it. We need to inspire people to want to grow and to want to be productive in our county. Another thing I wanted to talk about, we may come off as ignorant to what's been proposed. It's been out there. I'm not going to argue that I didn't know what was going on, or that, I came late to the party or anything like that. I've been researching this, I've been studying this, but I had faith that our elected officials would not let this garbage get to this point. And I think a lot of the county residents, you've seen every meeting for the last few months has progressively been more attended by your constituents. And so I think if it was to go on, the more we realize that this may become a reality, the more we want to be vocal. And yeah, maybe we did wait too long. But I think you guys need to recognize what the people are saying and take that into consideration. I mean, yeah, we need regulations, we need zoning, but we need to take it slow and make sure that we're doing it for the reasons you all stayed in this county as long as you have, why you chose the livelihoods you have, and why you have a connection to San Juan County, and what in this changes from what used to be. And that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else here in the room? We're asking if there's anybody in the hallways that wants to speak to this, or the other rooms. Okay, with that being said, we'll kind of continue forward. So online, hopefully you have your hand up. Let me go ahead. And so there is a feature on Zoom that you can raise your hand. Would appreciate those wanting to make a comment to raise your hand on there. I believe it's under, if you right click your name, there's the, I don't know what you would call it.
Reaction thing.
The reactions that you can go to, but it's like, it's not a hamburger, it's not the waffle, it's the 3 dots. So, so that if you raise your hand using that, then we'll go ahead and recognize you, and then you can unmute yourself. So I'm not seeing any hands raised.
I'm on a mobile
Okay.
phone and I don't see that option.
Okay. So let's go ahead and just state your name, and then I'll get to the hand raised after that.
Okay.
And where you reside in the
My
county.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Wright. I'm a lifelong Moab resident, not always a San Juan County resident, however, but many years in San Juan. I've attended all these meetings and I've been a part of this process as much as I could be. I have a business that's been going nearly 10 years and was started when basically everything was okay. And now, as written, it would endanger the ability to do businesses like that. And so that's one area I would like to see a little less restriction. Also, the last meeting, the January 9th meeting at the Planning and Zoning, the people came there and they spoke pretty loudly like they are today about less restriction. And some things were voted on at that meeting. And I believe that not all those things were included in this. And I think that is very wrong. I think if anything was voted for in that meeting, it should be included here. Also, things that should have been voted on, I don't think were or addressed enough. For one is the roads. If you want to subdivide a road, you want to subdivide your land, you have to put in a road better than all the Class B San Juan County roads. So if the county can't afford to do it, how are you asking us to build better roads than you guys even build? The other thing is the 2 RVs per acre had a limit. It should be that two RVs per acre, no matter how many acres you have, should be allowed. You shouldn't be punishing somebody for having more land. Seems like they should get more rights with more land, not less. And there's been talk of existing businesses. Like I said, I just want to reiterate that I would like some kind of commitment as this is getting passed for you guys to work with all the businesses that have been going and paying taxes in good faith this whole time, and making them whole as we move forward into whatever does get passed. I think this should be put back. I appreciate Kristen, and I've worked with her closely and all of them, and I appreciate all the work, and it's been a ton of work. But I just don't think it's quite ready.
Okay, thank you there.
That's all I have.
Okay, the next one online that has their hand raised, I've got Kennedy Kane. Kennedy, you're still on mute. Okay, if not Kennedy, let's go to Adam Jackaway.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Adam Jackaway. I live up in Elk Meadows, and I don't have much to add because I'm a relative newcomer here. I've been here about 8 months or so. I have read the entire document, and I have talked to my neighbors a fair bit. And I have a background in architectural engineering, and I've been involved in some large-scale planning exercises in the past. And while I fully recognize that I don't have the long history here that others do, I just wanted to encourage everybody on all sides to continue to have good dialogue. It's amazing how far that can go in the long run. And I'm getting the sense that at least some of the constituents are not quite comfortable yet. And I would just suggest that everybody try to get to that point, because a few years from now, if the process is done in a way that people are comfortable with, you're going to all be more proud than if it's contentious right at the voting period. So that's all I have to add, but I'm really pleased to be a part of the community and see so much involvement, and hope to be paying attention from here on out. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Kennedy, are you able to unmute yourself? She is the only other one that has their hand raised that I can see. Is there anyone else online that would like to make a public comment? Connor. Okay, Connor, go ahead and unmute yourself. Take it away. Maybe. Connor, there you go.
Sorry, I was having a hard time unmuting. Can you hear me? So my name's Connor Simmons. I have 2 properties up in the Spanish Valley, and my comments are focused on that area. I have followed the process for over 1.5 years, and this is not new. And in my honest opinion, it's not rushed. It feels like we've been dragging our feet from postponing it from last July, when there was a ton of people that showed up, and it's just been going on forever. It feels like I submitted for a business license over a year ago, and I'm still waiting. We want to grow the right way, but they keep telling us to wait for these changes. We are up near Sunny Acres. A friend of mine posted a rental and had 42 applicants. So when they say they need more homes, the multiple use zone is perfect for this area because they need more homes and they do need some better higher density living. I'm not saying high-rise apartments, but something that is affordable housing for people, because people are desperate for it. The county is very poor and they do need housing. Our poverty rate is almost double the national average at 20%. So as I see it, it will bring more business. It will allow my business to grow and become bigger. So please don't make us wait any longer. Please approve it. And also, as mentioned, please be open to make changes that will come up. And I'm not saying the only people that show up that are those that are against it, but the people that are in favor of it aren't as compelled to show up to these. And last thing, we'll give a plug for the Planning and Zoning Commission. They've done a great job implementing people's concerns. I've seen them be very caring to people's concerns and listening to them and informing people a lot of times. And then people realize, oh, I can do this. I just didn't know that I could. And so, yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next one on here looks like I've got Lee with your hand raised.
Yeah, I'd sort of like to. I live in Pack Creek, so and I'm Lee Ferguson. I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. But yeah, I'd like to sort of back up the fact that there are a lot of people who are not speaking who had no problem with the plan, and so it seems like we just need to recognize that there are people out there who accept the plan and did not necessarily come in to vote or to speak in support of the plan. And that's basically, I think, a big piece of what I see. I used to work for a planning commission, and I know things got changed around a lot just based on a couple of voices when the rest of the community thought everything was settled. And I've heard a couple of those tonight or today, but I'd like to just sort of recognize that the people who are not here.
Thank you. All right, the next one that I had their hand raised was Derek.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I just want to chime in on my request that Kristen has to add metal fabrication to agriculturally zoned, allowed in that. Because we purchased our property along the highway to build our shop. We do metal fabrication, we build steel buildings, and we really feel like our growing business is going to contribute a lot to San Juan County. We need to be able to build our shop, and we've scraped all of our pennies to buy that land, and we're going to farm on it as well, and hope to support farmers and locals around the area of Monticello and Blanding and all of San Juan County alike. But without that opportunity, our business would be forced to close doors and shut down because we can't buy another piece of land.
No, what I said was that there are a lot of people who had nothing to.
Okay, thanks, Derek. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Let me mute that. Okay, Jess, looks like you have your hand raised.
Hello. I just had one question and one comment. My question is, how do we speak to our commissioners that we voted into office if they don't respond to our emails. I did send an email out and just asked for a response back saying that you had received it and got no response. So if somebody can speak to that at some point later in the meeting, I'd appreciate it. And then my comments just that your constituents have spoken loudly today. And it is my prayer that you have heard clearly that the ordinance needs more updates. It needs many more updates before it is approved. And I hope that you will send it back to the Planning Commission so that we can get that all taken care of before this is approved. Thank you.
Jess, where were you from in the county?
I live in LaSalle.
Okay.
And my name is Jessica Whidden.
Okay, thanks. Okay, the next hand that I have raised is Kennedy. Kennedy, were you able to get?
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can, absolutely. Take it away.
Okay, my name is Kennedy Kane. I live in Blanding. My grandfathers lived in Blanding, lots of generations. The problem I have with this zoning ordinance is it says it's geared towards prosperity for the county, but a lot of the new designations and stuff, the fees that would come along with that, directly impact the next generation that's trying to get into stuff. People can be grandfathered in, but that's only the people that already have land right now. So it seems like the burden that is placed for the prosperity is placed on the up and coming generations. They're trying to get in and get a start just like everybody else has before them. And it just seems like this directly impacts and is geared towards the next generation to burden the prosperity for the people that are in it already. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Kennedy. Okay, there's no other hands raised online. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this online?
I would like to. I'm Shane Firestack in LaSalle.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
I apologize. I cannot find the hand raised.
That's good. Go ahead, Shane.
Thank you. I would like to thank the commission for being a part of this and taking time out of your busy schedules to run families as well as be on the commission. I won't say that I wasn't informed, but it was very late in the game. They said they sent out postcards. I didn't get any until December and then January of this year. So it's taken some time. I've gotten most of my information from the neighbors. I think a commercial zone in LaSalle along Markle and Campbell is inappropriate without any kind of culinary water, sewer, gas, garbage service, emergency services. I don't think that works for most people. I'm sure there's some out there that's working, but I would really like to get somebody to respond to my calls and questions that I have sent in via the zoning and planning and zoning office. I have not been able to get any kind of call back or anybody to answer the phone. I'm sure they're really busy, but I've been trying for about a month and a half. So I would ask that the commission just look at this and try and give some more time for the people who are having a hard time getting in contact, whether they're behind the ball or not, for how long this has been going on. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Shane. Okay, anyone else wanting to unmute themselves online? Okay, commissioners, I'm not seeing anybody else unmute themselves. Was there somebody here? Okay. You had already spoken, right?
I gave it to Kendall.
Okay.
If there's time, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Go. You can come up and we can.
30 seconds, I'll get out of your hair.
Absolutely. And then she can borrow the rest of your time.
I'm John Wright. I live in Moab, but I got a lot of land up here in San Juan. I've I love all these kind of commissioners. They're my kind of people. I think just a recommendation, Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3. Zone 1 should go from Spanish Valley, Pack Creek, Zone 1. Zone 2, it should be LaSalle, Monticello down Devil's Canyon, Zone 2. And Zone 3 from Devil's Canyon south, covering everything. Different zones I just mentioned for different requirements. We can't be held to Spanish Valley, Pack Creek, over the whole county. Zone 1, 2, and 3, simple. Make them. This thing would probably work real well in Spanish Valley and Pack Creek, but not so well in zones 2 and 3 I just mentioned. Thank you.
We've got a minute 40 left of that time.
Okay, I'm Rebecca Stevenson.
Thanks,
and
Rebecca.
I forgot to mention, I live out in Eastland. And I didn't mean to sound so rebuking to you guys. I voted for most of you, and I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate Kristen. I think she's a very sweet person and extremely knowledgeable and professional. And so I just wanted to that. And then living out in Eastland, I have land in both and 2 zones. One is in community commercial, and the other is in the agricultural. And I agree with others who have said I don't think it's appropriate to have community commercial in Eastland. We don't really want to grow. So we like our freedom, we like our privacy. And my kids are actually extremely concerned too about somebody coming around and looking at property. So, and then also in Eastland, I have 7 horses, and this thing doesn't actually affect me. It doesn't, not at all. The way it's zoned right now, it doesn't do anything to me. I stand for the people and my neighbors and for freedom. So if you didn't change anything, it wouldn't matter to me. But, except for the cats. So in Eastland, people in Monticello love to bring their kitties out and dump them in Eastland. So if the guy's driving around and he sees 40 cats on my property, they're not mine. I have 1 cat. So that's something maybe to take into consideration. So thanks, you guys. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was, I believe, everybody online, everybody in the audience, in the hallways have been given a chance. Commissioners, that today is your public hearing. So we turn it back to you. We would need a motion to close the public hearing, and then.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing and we go back to our regular meeting. Do you have a
I'll
motion?
second it. Oh,
No,
you want me to make
no,
the motion?
yeah.
I thought you said you just
No,
made
we
it.
need a motion.
Oh, okay. I make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second the
Okay,
motion.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we are under the business action. Matt, you want to read the business action, the part? Do we have to read that, or did Kristen read it?
So this one here is just consideration and approval of an ordinance replacing the existing 2011 zoning ordinance and the 2019 San Juan County Spanish Valley Development Ordinances and amendments with a new ordinance and corresponding maps for land use development and management within unincorporated areas of San Juan County, state of Utah. I didn't hear that at all. Well,
Is it appropriate for me to stand up as the applicant for questions at this point in time?
if you have other questions.
No, this is our turn now, I think. Isn't it?
Yeah.
If they have any questions.
Yeah.
No, I
No. No.
This is the part where the commissioners will debate based on the input.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Okay, commissioners, this is before us. Up to this point, and I have to inform that we, under the new regulation that passed last year in the legislature, we cannot communicate with each other. So as I say here, I don't know how the other commissioners feel about it, but I think this is the time for us to maybe to talk about what we heard. And so, did you guys, Commissioner Harvey, do you have anything that you would like to voice at this point?
For me, because this is an action item, I'd like the motion to table and to refer back to the zoning committee with some directives. First one is we need to give the public more opportunities to comment during the committees themselves. It sounds to me like there's been limited opportunities to comment. That's, I think, the critical piece for me as a decision maker is that there's been opportunity for the public to make comments, to make statements to a body who's designing policy, and that's important. And from what I hear today, that hasn't been provided yet. I know that moving forward, as we send this back to the zoning, and as we have the assurance that there is public input, I have a better confidence that the public has been able to participate in the development of any ordinance. So at this point, I'm not confident that the public had that opportunity. So I'd like to give the public that opportunity by tabling it and sending it back.
Yeah, can you be more specific about what you're asking? Do you want to see a certain number of meetings in certain locations? Do you want to give a certain time period? You've heard the feedback.
Yes. So 6 months is adequate time, I believe.
And when you say 6 months, I'm sorry to keep pestering you.
No,
When you
no,
say
no.
It's important to have pretty specific findings. So when you say 6 months, you feel like 6 months is a time frame where that'll be adequate for the concerns raised here to be addressed.
Yes, because the public will have the opportunity to participate in the policy making. At this time, I think the zoning committee meets monthly, right? Mm-hmm. So I think perhaps, there's distinct. Right now, the policy is a one size fits all, and that's not going to work. We need to recognize that there are differences in the communities that are there, that are being regulated. The only people that know what's best for them is the residents who live within those zones. And the committee needs to hear those recommendations. And also there's the education piece. A lot are being engaged now, which is good. This needs to happen. I think we can all agree that there is a proposed land use ordinance that we must work together on. That we all can agree on, but let's do it right. Let's do it right by directing the committees to allow the public to participate in those discussions, because from what I hear, that has not happened yet. Does that help?
Great. Yeah.
So I appreciate each of you being here today. I know you've taken time out of your busy schedules, and I knew this would kind of be a packed house, which is good. We appreciate your public comment. This morning, my husband said, "Are you a little nervous about this?" I said, "No, I think I'm more stressed because we have to do pictures when we're done." So that stresses me a little more.
And that could be in the wall. That's a reason why.
That's true. I don't do well with that. But I just want you to understand that I appreciate all your comments, but I do also see that there are two sides. So when I campaigned, especially like Old LaSalle and those particular areas, there's residents out there that also have grave concerns. People come out there and have been squatting on their properties and areas. And so we have to address all the issues. We can't just address I know we all have personal property. I have personal property. I haul my own water. We have to maintain a road. So I understand that aspect of it. I also understand that we can't let it completely be the Wild West because we kind of have intrusions to our neighbors, even though we want to say, hey, our neighbors all agree with us, but I promise you, if they put a pig farm next to you, you would not be happy with that. So, but with that being said, I also want to acknowledge the hard work that the Zoning and Planning Commission has put forth. They really have put in a lot of time. And the people who sit on that commission are just your average citizens that take their time to do that also. So I hope you'll acknowledge what they're doing and the work they're putting in. So with that being said, a couple things. I agree with Commissioner Harvey. I think this needs to be tabled. I think it needs to be looked at. So my recommendation would be that this, first of all, goes back with legal eyes. It needs to go back to the county attorney or whoever outside counsel may be. I feel it needs to go to, they worked with a gentleman by the name of Bart, and I think we need to have a time frame with them. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I would suggest within 30 to 45 days, that needs to at least be done and looked at thoroughly on that end.
Sorry to interrupt. Did you mean just a legal review for the comments here have been that there are inconsistencies or
Yes.
it's not the same as state law? Or...
So a lot of the comments that I get back is like, for example, on the use table, it says this, but then the ordinance may say this. So I think we need to really narrow down those consistencies or we follow. And I also think it'd be advantageous for the public to understand what the state requires, what the law requires, and why maybe that particular point is in that ordinance based on the law. So I think with that being said, I think it'd be very appropriate that if it does come back to legal, if that's what we decide, that there is a summary of that. Because there are certain things that planning and zoning have to put in that ordinance based on the law. So, and that needs to be understood, I think, with everybody. And the next thing I request is that this definitely needs to be a fluid document. I feel very strongly that is something that we look at, and they do have a process in place. They do look at it again in July, but I think it definitely has to be fluid. I mean, if it were to be passed and we saw 100 problems with it, let's not wait a year to fix those problems. Let's address those and fix those at the appropriate time. So I'm asking that comes before us often. And my next thing, I appreciate your concerns. I'm asking that each of you take a personal interest in this from here on out. You're vested in it now. Let's continue to stay vested in this. Please come to us. Please come to us with the comments. And I have to apologize because I have been in this seat 2 weeks and I had a flood of emails with things I can't answer a lot of those questions, let's be honest. So I'm like, Kristen, can you just answer this one and this one? And I honestly am pawning them off on her for clarification because I'm new to this. I'm working through this the best I can. And I've even addressed and reached out to other people to say, hey, can you look at this specific part and get back to me? Look at this specific part. So I'm working through that, but I'm also asking that you guys as the community, if you see something that we are not addressing, again, please let us know. We will take it to the zoning and planning and they will address it, but please take an interest and follow this all the way through. So again, my recommendation is to table it. And then probably after that 45 days,
6 months or what's same or what are you saying?
I kind of would like maybe another review within 3 months. So 45 days and then another review in 3 months. So we're kind of on a timeline. I think 6 months is a little bit of a gap, but
It could be done quicker, is what you're saying, maybe?
I think we just need to keep the momentum going. I'm afraid if we wait just full 6 months, we might lose the momentum of it. So I would like to see 45 days from legal and then possibly 3 months another review of it again. But I'm not sure.
How,
Bring it into work session too.
Yeah, probably a
90
work session.
days, is that what you're asking, Lori?
So 90 for a work
Yes,
session and
yes,
update
for
the
another work
commission.
session. I would like that.
Didn't I?
I'm willing to.
I would like to say something too, and then we can talk about the time frame.
It's only one meeting.
Is that okay?
Wait, let's think this through.
Okay.
One meeting for the public. So that would be. Let's do the time. Maybe we should work through that timeline. Jens, help us out.
You can also host
Yeah.
workshops.
I think it would be.
Jens, will use the mic so they can hear you. Sorry.
We want to add, the county wants to make sure there's adequate time. We all know that having more time doesn't mean it will get done. So there's going to have to be some cooperation with the public to really have an effort to come out. And what we're hearing here from the commissioners is they want to give you the time you need to fully understand this, and then it can be brought back before the commissioners here. So 6 months has been thrown out. That's more or less 6 meetings, but there can be additional meetings or other meetings.
Can I make my comment before we
Oh,
talk about
I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
No,
Yes,
it's
go
okay.
ahead.
It's okay. I want to talk before I forget what I was going to say. Anyway, first, I wanted to acknowledge the work. I know it have been mentioned about the planning and zoning commissioners. It is, they don't get paid. And I think I have attended over 90% of the meetings from day one. I wanted to come and learn that whatever they send to us, I just stand in the corner. It's one of my favorite meetings to come. I get to see them. And I'm coming back from the 7-county meeting, and I make it just barely at 6. And they're running in, sometimes with a piece of bread because they're coming straight from work. There's no meals. And they're here for many, many hours. Everybody, the volunteers, they had their vision probably for San Juan County, different vision, different things. And I'm appreciative because sometimes the meetings go a long, long time. And many of them live far away, and I worry about them as they're there. Especially we have women in the commission, and I just worry about traveling home. So I just want to let you know the hard worker, the volunteer, they don't get paid. But this one has been a tough as I watch the process of the meeting. Have been really hard for me. And I want to acknowledge all the work that Kristen has done. But some of the things I heard today, not only from you, and I've just been watching the process. I couldn't answer email to anybody or do anything until it came before us. So today is before us. I appreciate your participation. And I know it's not, we probably have learned a lot. I had to advertise it. I learned that the public notice that the writing is too small for the older people to read. And anyway, some people don't have internet and so forth. And so we had to figure a way to be able to pass the information around. I will also agree to table that. And I want to say, you know what, we have come, even the many of the past at the commission, the planning and zoning, have been lots of changes. Lots of changes. And so I think from my perspective, it's too broad, but we have that opportunity to fix what we need for now. And maybe since we have every year, we can add the things we need instead of taking things out. If this was the law, they had to have it right now, have it this way. We have lots of commissioners over here that make decisions, and there'll be more pictures on the wall. Let them have their turn when it comes, when they need to upgrade other things. That's my feeling. And I did not grow up in San Juan County. I had a guy that I liked a lot, and he knew where he wanted to live because he served an LDS mission. He came and showed me where to live because he knew I came from a big city. He wasn't sure if I grew up to love San Juan County, but we came together and we did amazing things through education, and an opportunity came for me to be here. I love San Juan County, and mainly because of the people. They have taken me in, and they have helped me to bloom in a way that I could have never have imagined. And I have people here in the audience that have been together in my journey. So I just wanted for us to take the time, and I like the 6 months because 6 meetings, if that was the only thing they were working on, it'd be okay. But they have other things. They have people that come for building, whatever. They come asking for things that normally they do when they're not doing this kind of stuff. So to me, the 6 months is really good. I think that we need to find ways, and I think we are organized as a community. People are organized. People are saying, well, there's some voices we're not heard. And it's, so let everybody have a voice to fix the things. What do we need? And I like the idea of zone, that's one idea. But I think that lots of things affect this agriculture part, and also small business, and we need the small businesses. And I just love how creative people are. We have to be creative. We are, I don't want to say it, but we are shrinking. We're shrinking in population. We need more, be creative to create more businesses, and we can't, when we, about a year or so ago, we said the San Juan County was open for business. We can't make it so hard that people cannot come and help us. We need people that can come with the ideas, people that want to join us. When my husband and I moved to Blanding, there were about probably 40 other couples that moved in the same time, and we joined the people from San Juan County and raise our family. We want that for them. We're not trying to be Moab, and I don't think it's the intention of the planning zoning to make it like Moab, but I think we just need the time to fix what we need for now, and maybe for a near future, and then if every year we have the opportunity, we can add some more. And we can work together. I think when we never know what a little idea can bring to this county, and we had to, we are working with other things beside here. And another thing, the reason I think about the 6 months is because we're going to the legislature, which for some of us, we already been participating in meetings. We had to go fight for our rights over there to make sure that we are not over-regulated with things. And so, and and in my case, I leave on Tuesday morning, on Tuesday, like today after this meeting, we'll hit Salt Lake, come back late Friday. And anyway, so that's where I'm coming from, and I so appreciate and your emails. I didn't answer email until after it was finalized in the planning and zoning, and some of you were emailing late in the night, and I appreciate you taking that effort and everyone here. And anyway, so that is my thing, and I have to
Okay.
decide if we.
So we do have Commissioner Harvey's motion that's on the table.
Okay.
Commissioner Harvey, others have mentioned, so yours was to table the agenda item. You wanted more opportunities for community engagement. You had asked for that 6-month window to do this in. Commissioner Mon had mentioned she wants the attorneys to look at it within the next 30 to 40 days for the clash, to see, just to make sure that it's consistent throughout, and then to also make sure in the language that it is stated that this is a fluid document, that in there that'll be those periodic changes and updates to it that'll come back to Planning Commission and recommending body, and then to the commission for the updates. And I mean, this legislative session, they're already working on land use bills, and so that one is there. And then other than that, I think that was it. If you're
so
did you want another one?
I'm standing on my motion for 6 months. The timeline that I'm looking at with my motion is I'm looking at these communities: LaSalle, Monticello, Eastland, Blanding, Bluff, and I'm looking at it. Spanish Valley as well. June would be the month everyone in the community has worked to be part of the planning and zoning committee, presenting their recommendations, their input. June would be the time we're bringing everything back together, knowing the public was given that opportunity to comment and provide recommendations. What I'm curious about is, from Kristen's point of view, what's her timelines? Because we have to work together.
Can
we're doing
I ask
public.
one question on that, Jamie? Is 45 days too fast for legal, Jens?
No, I think the legal review can kind of be done as we go, and definitely within 45 days.
Okay.
The legal review is kind of tricky because, I mean, I don't think there are any legal illegalities really with the
Right.
ordinance, but there are some things that can be done to make it. Kendall's pointed out a few things about consistency with
Right.
general plan, resource management ordinance, which we can do. We want to make sure that just a review to make sure that we're consistent with state law. So that can be done pretty quickly. I would say the legal review, I would just not worry about that as much as the time that Kristen feels she needs to have the input from the public before coming back.
I have a few things, and I'll answer your question directly. I have been on an in-between for a year. So I don't feel comfortable staying on the in-between another 6 months. So I will, if we table this, I will have to legally, by my job duties, enforce the 2011. I think that needs to be understood. If we were tabling it for 2 weeks, we could continue this neither here nor there. But we have about 40 to 50 business licenses that have been pending over a year. They need an answer. So what I am hearing is the answer right now is no, because they are currently not compliant, and revisit with us in 6 months. I have building permits that are pending on hold, waiting for this. So our answer has to be no, They do not conform right now. And so I do not feel comfortable allowing people to continue to invest in their property on this maybe. And so if I have a huge list of follow-up that I have to do to say, I'm sorry, but you are in violation. You know, if we can work with you in the future, we will, but you're in violation right now. Your business permit's not allowed right now. Your building permit's not allowed right now. So just understand that the longer we drag this out, it is hindering a lot. I would also ask, my poor planning commissioners have taken a beating. We've had 3 community workshops. We've had countless number of work sessions between us. They have put in hundreds of hours. And if you kick this back to the Planning Commission, we will take it on, but I would ask that your presence is there at our workshops, our community meetings, so that you are well informed and can hear the feedback as well. It is not just on the Planning Commission to understand this. We have done our time. I'm also beat. So I'm going 8 to 5, and we'll do what we can. But this past year, I've been going 24/7. My department is losing our building inspector next week. So we're down to 1 out of 3 needed positions. And we have people call us all the time, I need a home inspection because I never got a certificate of occupancy and I can't get a mortgage on it. So if you want the Wild West, we're already there. And we're trying to get things cleaned up. I think if people actually look at the use table, they will understand how much we are permitting and we are trying to encourage small business. If you go off of hearsay, you have not looked at anything. Please look at the use table. Compare it to 2011. We have 23 uses listed in 2011. That is what I will uphold in the next 6 months. If you are not on that use table, you are in violation. We are trying to make it better. We are trying to make it more open. This community has come forward at the very last second over a year-long process. I should have heard from everybody in June. Everybody was sent a postcard. If you didn't get a postcard, fix your tax records. That's where it goes. So if you're getting your tax notices, that's where it's sent. So we have sent 4 postcards out. We have public noticed post offices, grocery stores, clinics. You can see how putting things up on Facebook goes. So we have chosen not to post things on Facebook. And so please try to meet us in the middle. And I would like to ask the county commissioners specifically, when you say we want more public engagement, specifically list what do you want to see? Because I feel that our planning commission has reached out in every way possible. People have got to meet us in the middle somehow.
So, Commissioner Stubbs, if I may, I think we're learning something together today. And this is a growth we're all going to take a journey on together. You have public commitment now. I heard the public commitment. We never, as a county, through a department, have ever experienced true public engagement. This is the opportunity to hone that in. I think we will grow from this. From a department's perspective, we can learn what public engagement means, and it'll be meaningful engagement because I truly believe the public is now engaged. We're in such a large county and Commissioner Stubbs mentioned this. Some of us still don't have internet. We can't go on to the website yet. Even though we get mail, it's slow mail. I mean, look how large our county is. We don't have the entire county here. We, as a county, have to figure out a way to overcome this communication deficiency.
So
Let's learn together what that communication can be. I commit to being to every meeting, just as you asked. That's my commitment. I think the public's commitment is they're going to read and be at those meetings to give their comment, their response. For once, we're finally doing something together, right? And that's important. And so that's my best clarification that I can provide. We may, based on the public's confidence as we move along with them, they might say, we're good. Go do this where we're confident. You know, we might get to that point where everyone will get there. It's just going to take some of us. You truly have been doing this alone. You shouldn't be. We're here now. Public's here now. Let's do it together.
Well, it's a lot to ask my planning commissioners to take this back on.
There's my motion, Commissioner.
So, how are we going to work out those specifics? Just having community meetings? I mean, how do you see that, Jamie?
I think we need to focus on an education meeting. I think is an important education for the next 5 months. Publish those planning and zoning meeting dates. Make sure everyone's aware of them. We all are going to be there at those meetings with the public.
Zoom on that first one because we'll be at the legislature.
Right.
On the February 1.
Yeah.
Right. And just whatever responses and community inputs provided, we make sure those changes are made at that level.
Kristen, I think kind of the way I see it is that what you've been doing is getting that public comment and getting it back. One concern that I had a little bit is the meeting on the 16th, there were so many changes and they continue to come in. And then maybe to have that, I know it's been updated, but to take another look at it with the updates. And I would assume that those updates would keep coming in and then that would be visited, like a summary of what the updates or changes were would be visited at each planning and zoning commission meeting. That's kind of how I'm picturing it. Is that what you're thinking, Jamie?
At some point we have to have a deadline we're holding to. Like, comments are closed.
So
otherwise we're just going to get in this cycle of comments.
How
have a close date of comments so that people understand what the changes are.
So my understanding from Commissioner Harvey is that we go to those communities and then I would assume that, can we close those comments per community? Or do we just got to keep them open? So
you have up until adoption where the community can technically make changes. Public hearing, that's what you have public hearings for, is to hear people, and so it would remain fluid. And what kind of just hearing what you're saying is we can take it back out and have like town halls and then just go around to community by community. And then try to wrap it up, but technically, legally, it's not wrapped up and it's not finalized for changes until the commission adopts it.
Okay.
And so and hopefully at this community engagement we can get it closer to right, and then at least have those opportunities one-on-one in those communities to explain the ordinance, because I know that that's confusing as well, and so I think by that having that community engagement, it's a short window for me. It's like, and Kristen, like she said, she's buried, but I think due process is it needs to be served, and we tried, but we can try it again.
I have one more question. So one more question, Jens. So the business licenses that are pending, and they would revert to that 2011. Is there any leeway for those, or we hold them to it
Well,
legally?
yeah, they've got to meet the current requirements, or it's kind of an up or down thing.
Okay.
We haven't been, right?
Well, so yeah, correct. And that was the purpose of the ordinance, to bring things to order, to allow more uses. Yeah, so a lot of people have come to the county with, an application, and the county has more or less said, this isn't allowed right now, but we're going in that direction. We think we're going to be ready. Start at the beginning of the year. We're going to do it in the summer. Took more comment, got to here, going to take some more comment. So at some point, those folks will just have to get an approval or denial, and they'll have to come back, when the ordinance passes, or when something changes, if something changes. If the feedback is, and the planning and zoning decide to stay with the current ordinance, then that's an option as well. It's not like there's a requirement to create a new ordinance, but the purpose of the new ordinance was to address some of these issues, for sure.
Chairman, can I see?
We're starting to get into public dialogue, and
so the reason we try not to get back into the is you have these pretty strict rules about public hearings and closed, and you make your decisions after the public hearing. So anyway, if we go back in, we get ourselves in some kind of trouble.
I just want to support this on a voluntary basis. I'll give my phone number. Anybody who wants to be part of this ad hoc group of the public, 435-590-1661. Call me. I'll start arranging. I want to work with Kristen. I want to start getting us so we can support what she's trying to do with workshops and all that. But we got to start organizing today. Start organizing today.
I'm going to take your number down. Okay, 435
590
1161.
1661.
1661.
So,
Shannon Brooks.
Commissioner Harvey, I'll make a second to your motion.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. So all in favor
To table
to table it
for 6 months.
for 6 months and say aye.
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 She owns that little cottage down there.
Thank you for.
Make a comment. Why can't they be done case by case in the meantime?
we'll be back out to the communities and can hear you. So I don't know if you want to take like just a short 5-minute recess as public leaves, and then we can come back in and finish the commission meeting.
Thank you so much.
So when you say case by case, you mean like the individual landowners or the communities?
¿Me porté bien? Oh man, I am so hungry and have a headache.
But
it's so tough.
We had tried.
I mean, each application they'll talk with them about it.
And now it is. So go back out.
Well, you have you move forward under the current law. So if they don't comply, they got to wait until this one passes. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's one of the frustrations. The bottom line is this: if everybody had read this and studied it, there would be no opposition to it. Very few. The reason there's opposition is people just don't understand it. I promise you that if everybody read this, compared the old with the new, learned what uses were available in the old and the new, there would be 3 people.
Thank you for
here,
coming.
because there's always going to be 3 people. I guarantee
Thank
you.
you for
That's
coming.
the frustration here. Thank you. Jens Nielsen.
Thank you.
I'm just one of the county attorneys.
Thank you.
I'm Well, thank you. Yeah, I know you're with the
Thanks for
hunts, and
coming.
yeah. So yeah,
I find that so hard to believe because I was born and raised here, and I've always been able to do anything I wanted.
yeah. And you still can't. I mean, so many comments are basically, kind of this high level constitution, less regulation, and what they don't know is what's in there is exactly that. And here's an example: the kennels, the dogs. We get in the county attorney's office these nuisance.
Oh, thank
These
you.
nuisance
Come back again.
claims, so we have to prosecute or not. Under the new ordinance, they allow quite a lot in terms of animals in the house. Maybe not enough for some people, but if it's in the ordinance, they're complying. No nuisance, right? Because it's legal. It's in the
I was
ordinance.
trying to remember
Without
how
it,
I met you. You
any
used
neighbor
to
can
do
come forward and
the
say, "I'm tired of your dog." I'm tired.
the robots
So
or
you have
something with the
then the county
kids.
attorney's office has got to decide prosecute or not. Yeah, that's the part. That's
No,
the
but I
most
remember you
frustrating is
doing that. You used to
we
have a school
cannot
here,
force
but
people
where
to
you
look
work.
and understand. A lot of the
Yeah,
hottest
yeah.
comments are by
My
people that
husband
clearly have not read the statute.
wrote an English book.
The woman from
I don't know if you guys use regular books,
I mean,
but he's in the back and he
I think
an English
she
book.
was really willing to look at the current.
And maybe he
and
can
the
give you a
new.
free
She would
copy.
just
You
say,
can look and see if it's something you'd be interested.
well, at least I
in
like the
using
new
this
better
book.
than the
He's in
current.
the
You know what I
back.
mean? It's an
Brian.
improvement. It's an improvement.
Anyway,
And-
so maybe he can give you a copy.
Yeah, well, I mean, who does,
to
right?
look
I mean,
at
do we,
it and-
any of us
and see.
really read
But he
that
used to
stuff?
teach
Only
at
if
the
it's your
college,
job.
and he decided
So
to
that's
read.
understandable.
He wrote
And these people on the
Brian,
board, the planning and
She
zoning,
has that school.
they're your
and
neighbor.
I wonder if you
know?
would give her
Cody,
a copy of
Cody
your
Nielsen.
English book for her
He's
to look at
Con-
it.
he's Connie and Garda Nielsen, if you knew them. Their grandson. He was a Cahoon. He changed his last name Nielsen. He's a bit of an entrepreneur. He's just a good member of the community, and he would never promote anything that would be a clamp down, and he's just been vilified for a few things that have come, and it's just the most frustrating thing if you're in our position to experience this, but that's all you can do.
But the one thing I don't understand, why do we have so many unhappy people all of a sudden?
It's like they haven't read it. They haven't read the new compared with the old.
We've never been forced to deal with the existing.
I've not seen a single person. No, I haven't been with all of them, but I haven't seen a single person that's come forward and talked to Kristen that didn't go away thinking, "Oh, this is all right," or they've said, "Wouldn't it make more sense to do this with my property?" And they've looked at it and said, "Yeah, you're right. We will."
But you see, that's what I mean. So if we're willing to change after, why not fix it to a certain point so we add to it instead of
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. But that won't work either if the public's not willing to study it and understand it. If they're going to come in and just say you're regulating us and you're just all this high level stuff. It's
But
not
you
gonna
know
work.
how it is. It gets where people are scared. I mean, I have seen people cry.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, if I can get 3 hours sleep at night since this have been going for the last 2-3 months, I consider myself lucky. And there's sometimes after it passed, there's some nights where it's zero sleep. So it's answering emails and
So
doing
the
things.
people that have those concerns about their business and different things, if they were to look at the current ordinance, they would realize, oh, I am out of compliance. It's just that it's not being enforced.
Yeah.
That is the key.
Yes, it's a huge factor. It's a huge factor.
But then
I'm gonna go talk to him just so he knows what it is I'm looking for. Awoken the sleeping giant. Now I think the sleeping giant. And that's what I think is the good aspect of what is taking place.
Okay, guys, online, we're still just waiting for a quorum to come back into the room.
To actually get us to open our eyes and our ears and say, holy cow. No, we don't understand because we've never been held to that. But if we understood what was in existence, as you're saying, and I trust you what you're saying, then we would say, oh, yes, please, please, please. But we've got to help people to get to that point.
Yeah. Or they would say, I like the new better than the old. They're both bad. You know, some people just be like they're all bad. But you know, when you have someone come forward that says, you know, you don't give us our rights. You're supposed to protect our rights. Well, no kidding. You know, you think we're here to? That's the point. It's just not helpful. I mean, it's fine. We want enthusiastic people, but it's just like, what good does that do? How does that help me fix this ordinance? That's what we're looking for. Is what would make this better?
Don't bring me a problem. Bring me a solution.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's still kind of hard for me. The one that was killing me was the animal ordinance, because sister said we killing the cat, we eating the dogs, you know the song that was with, obviously we counting the bunny, we counting the chicken, we counting, and so that, you know,
A lot of that's not. It's just not accurate. I mean, it's just I can't stand up and say, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, you're just wrong," or "Sir, I'm sorry, that's just not accurate." We got to go through this process. So.
Yeah.
We will, and then it'll be better.
And see what has been and what we're really trying to do.
I guess my granddaughter's friend was your granddaughter.
That's good.
Little Sienna. Yeah, she said that.
It's good to see it. You'll be to see it now.
They're gonna go. My daughter is going to. I mean, my granddaughter is going to a conference in Grand Junction, especially for youth or something. And she was telling me she has a new friend that just moved to town, and she started telling me a little bit about it. And I said, "Oh, I know her mom. She works at the store, and your daughter looks so much like you. That's not she."
I think she's coming. Maybe a year ago.
Anyway, so.
I remember how she's blonde.
I bet.
I remember she's a sweet girl. Well, thanks for saying hi. Good to see you.
I love your name. You got a history.
Gotta be careful with that name.
Yeah, you got a lot to live up to. You better have a Girl Scout wife.
Yeah. Well, we all do our best.
Just like Sylvia said, when we're frightened,
Oh, really? I was like, reaction. When my girls buy me a shirt, they just like, oh, here, we like this color. Because it has a salmon.
She's just
No, you didn't at all. We got it.
Thanks.
That wasn't too bad at all. Now we'll just get into the regular. Sure, appreciate you coming out. Yeah, I know. It's been a minute. So last time you came in was for a planning commission night.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I was probably causing trouble with them.
But still, that's the process.
Time to move forward in somebody's mind.
So true. It's like this is planning future. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Good job. Good job.
Thanks.
We are recording right now. We're still in the meeting. Hey, thanks for hanging out in my office. Sorry it's cold. I walked in there just a second ago. I'm like, oh, it is.
It was fun. It was really fun.
At least you had the TV and everything, and so do you want me to give this to them?
I realized I forgot to give you.
Oh no, that's all right. The most important. The most important ones. And so.
Anyway, that's what I said today.
Oh, I sure appreciate it.
Am I
Okay.
looking at the agenda correctly that there's another public comment?
So we just have public comments for it's like another 3 minutes.
Right.
Typically, when you don't have a public hearing, we have that on there.
Right. So is that still enforced today? So do I need to sign up for that?
Unless if you want to speak to something else other than zoning. And so.
But you knew the time, right? More or less.
So I gave him the ordinance number
I got your thing approved, your travel. I just haven't finalized to send it back. So that one's there. Are you heading up? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Look at the dog, pick it out, stay there.
Okay.
Training until maybe those think, oh.
Crazy.
Really gotta get more content set
up. Keeps on going.
It's hard not to. It's a 10 reopenings.
And it's a representative. My dog's a tool, not his job. You know.
Oh yeah.
And then about feeding him, they have 3.5 hours, they get paid to feed him and stuff.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put his shift hours to 9 hours, 10 hours. If he mismanages it, it's on him.
I'll be all the meetings.
Okay, good.
Just
Yeah, Jens is good at that.
See ya, Kendall.
All right, Kendall.
Okay.
Thanks for your help.
This is just a break. It's not over, right?
Not over. We're getting back to. Well, looks like we got 8 consent agenda and 2 business, so 10 more things.
Is Sylvia?
Well, you guys decided to start a new.
Hey, ready? Let's get this session meeting done.
I think so.
I've never been up there while it's going. I just observe, but that's got to be a little pretty interesting to watch that process.
You know, UAP's done a great job of giving us county leaders a voice in their process.
They're a pretty good organization. They keep us informed.
Yeah.
Try to help a lot.
Yeah, and so we're front and center when they're deliberating in their committees, and when you get to speak up, you really do say something.
Yeah.
As opposed to not being able to. So. And you just learn a little bit more about the process.
Government is not necessarily a simple, straightforward thing. You can even be dialed in to a large degree and still.
Okay, we are ready. I texted Rosa to find out. So. I can have her. Yeah, I can ask.
If they're here, I understand.
Okay, I'll text her. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how's it going with you?
Very well.
Seriously, have you been out there working with us yet? We're gonna have to get you busy.
So we sat down with Brian Martinez, whatever guy, said, okay, I've helped you guys out, you don't need my help anymore. He said, whoa, hold on a minute. You live in San Juan County.
That's a good thing.
So, well, yeah,
This is why
everybody said here, I agree with everything they said.
having an all-powerful king is best. Just make it all happen.
Yeah.
So
as long as it's a good.
They're still
that was a hot mic moment. I just ruined my chance to run for president, right? Or
maybe 2 commissions, boards,
I don't really believe that.
whatever you want to call it, that are joint
Imagine.
between Grand County, San Juan, and Emory for the aviation board.
You had a good.
Not on aviation. There is. I've got one that's TV communication.
Well, they want to have a joint
aviation
board resolve that, because in their mind it's regional, and resolve
It is, yeah.
what happened.
Yeah.
The new aviation contracts not
The
working
law,
out.
yeah.
Well, the
Okay.
new airline contour, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm tracking it.
my wife and I will get volunteers to help that.
Okay.
And we'll be your San Juan reps. I think we're all on the same sheet of music of fixing that to get more tourists in town. And then,
What's that?
they're looking at some kind of joint, or considering some kind of joint committee board, whatever you want to call it, between San Juan and Grand County to work on tourist issues and zoning planning. To smooth things out.
She probably told her.
Okay.
So they've been acting all rogue up there, it sounds like, for quite some time that involves
Yes.
San Juan
Yeah.
County.
Thinking.
Are you?
Um,
Where are you going up? Oh, you are? Okay.
That's the CPS.
Well, but I have a CERTA meeting on Thursday. So Bill and I have to go down to Price on Thursday. So I will not be to UAC. Because I got to go to Price to all that CERTA stuff. Then we're coming back up.
Okay.
And then I'll be
I
there
still
on
have
Friday
you in
morning.
mind for.
So.
Can you do the survey on Zoom?
Well, it's all day. There's 3 committees for CERTA.
Oh,
So it's not like, and I asked
Yeah.
Bill, tell me which is more important. He says CERTA. So I'm like, well,
Yeah.
I'll do whatever I'm told.
Yeah.
Some's going to do it. Him.
so who is that, Bill?
Bill Winfield.
Oh,
With Moab, because he's the chair.
It's
So I
interesting
most
that
likely will just write to Price with him and then write
the
back
old
up.
zoning maps had a highway
Be there on,
commercial.
so I won't get to do that. So you have to keep me involved on that one.
And so what we did is
yeah,
we
that
condensed
is,
it
yeah, those,
into
especially in the beginning when they
units.
start
And so like
eliminating the bad ones,
old
the
zoning
bad bills.
Well,
And, I don't know, but
And I was on this morning for the.
the community one, I was
Did you
in
hit that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course,
Yeah.
here's me. I just listen because I don't know a whole lot yet.
Yeah.
So I kind of drove here because
Get back out with the communities.
I wanted to be early, but if I stay in Blandy and listen to the meeting, then I can.
I think so too.
Because I had all kinds of different questions, but I don't know.
Are we ready, Commissioner?
I think we better be ready.
Got 10 items to go, and I think we're done.
We got 10.
You see it in all the
Just flip through that consent, right?
Yeah.
Are we recording?
Yeah, she is.
Is already recording? Oh my goodness.
Okay, good seeing you. We'll see you later. Okay, definitely do. Yeah. We're interested in those.
Okay, it's time for us to get started again, and
Let me unmute
not yet.
ourselves. Okay, there we
Is he
go.
talking? I don't know where my paper went.
So we are on this item right here. Seems odd.
Oh, do we want to cut that in there? You're going to hear yourself 3 times.
Hello. So I tried to get back to change the time for the picture.
Try it now.
Because this we trying to travel to Salt Lake.
That's right.
I'm gonna try some of the cake now.
Take the whole thing to your plate.
Okay, you shouldn't hear yourself now.
We are ready now?
Give it 30 seconds.
It's like you're in a canyon and it bounces
Yeah.
back.
So,
It echoes.
so where did we? So we our comments, consent agenda.
So we're on the public comments, just the regular public comments. If you want, I can jump into that real
Okay,
fast.
so
So
we're-
this is a public comment period this isn't for land use. This is just literally our regular public comments. We do have one person, and I know Orlando, you had wanted to briefly speak to give us an update on the Forest Service items, right? Okay, so let's go first with Denise. You had signed up for a comment other than land use.
Yeah. Processes and procedures.
Mhm.
So thanks so much again for everything that you do. And I am sorry that the process and procedures that have been in place for the public comment on the zoning are going to need to be repeated because I do believe that they were followed. And many did voice the fact that they did not read the document prior to coming and making comments. So I would hope moving forward that you encourage those who are voicing concerns to you via email and phone, and that you do go back to them and say, have you read the document? Because I think without that education, it's not really fair to use your time in that way. I taught for 40 years, and I know you've done your homework, and so I want to make sure that other people do theirs. My fear is that in 6 months that you set up these new procedures and processes for this feedback, and that there's not going to be a coming together of the community like we would like. So I look now at the people who were at this meeting, and We're the only ones who've been here since the
Well.
beginning, other than you all. And is that going to be now representative of how they come to participate, that they come with their own self-interest and don't stay for the end of the meeting? So I'm glad you're here for the end of the meeting, and I appreciate your interest in the greater good. I'm grateful, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Denise. Orlando, did you want to?
Afternoon. I got here in the morning, but so I see you guys don't have food either, so you're probably hungry too. Commissioner Harvey, Commissioner Stubbs, Mac McDonald. I've met you all before, but I haven't met you. The new commissioner is, how do you say your last name?
Mon.
Mon?
Like if you're Jamaican, it's Hamon.
Okay.
Hamon or M-O-N. I mean, there's a million ways.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I've been here for a few years now. I came from New Mexico. I work for the Forest Service. My name is Orlando Cortez. I'm the district ranger for Monticello Ranger District. So there's been a change. Prior, when you guys saw me last time, I was deputy district ranger.
Mm-hmm.
So administratively, I am now the district ranger for Monticello Ranger District.
Okay.
And Michael Englehart is the district ranger for Moab Ranger District.
Oh, so they split.
Yes. With that, we split decision makers, managers, but all of our staff is still technically zoned, so they service both districts. Okay. And for the decision making, the authority resides in the ranger, and for Monticello, that's me. So a little bit of background: Bears Ears National Monument. We all saw I watched the inauguration yesterday and everything, so just thought we'd give you a little bit of an update. The plan was signed. So a little bit of background. I don't know if you're fully familiar, but Obama signed the original monument at the end of his tenure in 2016. President Trump then reduced that monument but added some additional acres. We finished a monument plan for that one, and that's the 2020 RMP. And then Biden reinstituted the original Obama acres, and we were given through an executive order, which we started another monument plan. We have to do a plan to replace the current plan. The Trump plan, or under the Trump administration, that plan only covered the smaller acreage. So including the new monument plan that we've been working on covers everything from the Obama proclamation acres and the Trump proclamation acres. That plan was signed. The resource management plan was signed. The ROD, record of decision, January 14th. We put it in the Federal Register on the 17th of January, and it is now the guiding document for the Bears Ears National Monument. With BLM, it becomes effective immediately. For the Forest Service, we won't start implementing that plan until February 17th. We have our processes, our regulations require 30 days before we implement a plan once it's signed and processed through the Federal Register. So that's where we are. Now, new president, new proclamations, hopefully, or maybe not. It's a burden on our staff. We're going through 3 of these now. So we'll see what happens. New executive orders, new processes, but until within our current regulations, we will be working under this plan until another plan can take its place, regardless of monument designation. At least that's the current guidance we received from our Office of General Counsel so far. So within our current rules that are existing right now, we will be implementing the resource management plan signed on the 13th.
So don't print any signs too soon.
We've already signed the monument, so it's so we're lingering. We don't know exactly what that's gonna look like, but in the meantime, we'll still conduct our regular business. You know, we still will do prescribed burns. We did one this past October, followed by a wildfire, the Verger fire up there between here and Blanding. We'll continue all of our regular work. We have USU internships that have kicked off. We are still seeking additional internships with SIPI. Southwestern Polytechnic Indian Institute out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's a federal college for Native American tribes, and we're working on that. We're hopeful we'll get something in place by this year. We've been working on it for a couple years now. We are looking at Dene College as another partner to get interns, paid internships, and out of Saline, Arizona, and we're really hopeful we pull those in because we're under budget wise, we're under some really big constraints. We are not hiring 1039s, which is what we call our seasonals. We will not be getting any seasonals for the district other than fire. And so with that loss of workforce because of budget constraints, we're currently under a continuing resolution, a CR. Those interns are going to help us greatly if we can get those solidified. We got USU, local branch out of Blanding, and so we were hoping for a couple more to help us with filling that niche, that void that we currently have.
You know, that's an area that we have lots of openings, but we don't have people training. It's nice that the young people getting involved. I know with MAC, we went back to Washington, D.C. to do a presentation about how to look at the whys, especially Native Americans who are now applying for good paying jobs and things like that. And it's nice to have type of internship. So, because I think once they start, they're going to like it, you know, to be able to work outdoors and things like that.
So we'll continue doing. We do much more work. We have all kinds. We have a bunch of CEs that we're still. We call them CEs. They're categorically excluded, meaning we don't have to go to the full extent of an environmental analysis, but we still do public notification, and we have some smaller processes that we follow, but they're a little more streamlined for a lot of different projects that we have ongoing on the Monticello and the Moab Ranger districts. So the RMP is guide rails. There is a few restrictions that are going to be applied, such as wood hauling. Like you won't be able to go off the road. Our previous wood permit allowed for 150 foot off an established road. Now you can't go off that road. Size for recreational group activities. Our Forest Service was within Bears Ears was 75. It will now be in different zones, so something more around 30 and 15.
Yeah, I heard that they're gonna have hiking, certain things that were not allowed before.
It's so the hiking will be encouraged to stay on trails, but it will not be mandatory. It'll just be encouraged, and we'll do that through signing. But you'll still be allowed to go off trail. We would encourage it through signing.
And did I hear Arch Canyon is permit?
That's the portion of BLM that's motorized will be under a permit only access. So within the monument there is two managing. We manage the Forest Service and BLM. They're managed as jointly as they can, but the authority still resides in the governing agency. For instance, for Forest Service, all the permitting and allowances and the decision itself were signed by Forest Service. BLM has their own set of rules that slightly are different than ours in terms of how they're going to administer that plan, but they're, for the most part, they're paired. So there is a little bit of difference between the two record of decisions.
So for family reunions, you have to have 30 of you over here and 15 of you over here.
So that'll be on us to put that out and be like within this area, or put out maps.
Is that certain areas?
Yes, so they're zones.
But not every zone.
Not every zone, yeah.
Okay.
So you have to.
Well, BLM already had its own rules,
right?
But within Forest Service
Right.
administered lands that are in Bears Ears National Monument will have to be around 30, and then 15 in other zones.
Okay.
For group gatherings.
Right.
So that's Wood for Life. We're still pursuing that. We're still doing it.
Good.
It's I have put Oljeto chapter and the other chapter on the list, but we are a very small producer in the Wood for Life program. So we are servicing right now, because of the amount of wood we have, only Red Mesa and Aneth chapter.
Okay. Yeah, Olchedo was a need, and also in Blanding we have, it's not a chapter, but it's um, an organization. We have about probably 700 or 800 Native Americans in that area, and they're under the Annex chapter. It's not a chapter, but it's Blue Mountain Dene is called,
Mhm.
and so they were in need as well too. So if there's anything that can be
Yeah,
done there,
and I did bring that up. So we're partnered with NFF, which is National Forest Foundation. They're the
Mhm.
ones helping us with some of the funding. So I don't know if you're our local here, Luke Lesner, runs a Monticello tree felling service.
Okay.
So through the grant, we pay Luke. That through NFF grant,
Uh-huh.
they pay Luke in order to get them delivered to the chapter.
Okay.
What I do is I facilitate the clearances to operate on national forest.
Okay.
So it's we have it's balancing multiple entities. So
Yeah.
and BLM is a participant in that too, and I think they have a wood bank in on the Ute Reservation, White Mesa.
Uh-huh.
So and we have, I think, around 80 acres. We've serviced about 20. We've fulfilled 20 of those acres with some trees. We cut 20 acres of trees, and we have about another 60 acres to continue work. And after that, we're out of areas that have been cleared for wood harvest. We're working to fix that, but it's we currently don't have a timber program in Monticello or Moab, and so we're trying to tie in our north zone over in Ephraim and Farron to help us and assist us with getting some more areas cleared for wood fuels product.
One time I was just driving. Well, we were in the main road. There was a fire to Flagstaff, and we had to go through lots of forest land. And I was looking. I thought maybe we can have the military come and cut all this dead wood and put it in a pile where people can come in and take it. But I guess probably the military doesn't do that. But
yeah, we have, it still has to go through the NEPA process. So we do, when we have the capacity, meaning we have the personnel on the district, we do those are stewardship type projects where we will a lot of times we'll look for money, grant money, where we will pay an entity to drop a bunch of trees for us for forest health, and then we'll open that up for wood sale. So that's a possibility down the road. As soon as we just need to get through the clearance portion first, and we don't have the personnel for that at this time.
Well, thank you for what you do.
Yeah, thank you guys, and thank you for your time.
Congratulations on your new job. And
yeah, well, I'm still here. It's just
so a little bit more different hat.
Yeah, different hat.
Thank you.
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, is there anybody else online who wants to make a quick public comment that is not planning and zoning related? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody unmute themselves. Commissioner, that is your public comment period for today.
Do we need to motion to close?
No, I have not changed.
That was just regular comments. So the next one we're on is consent
the
agenda.
consent agenda.
So on the consent agenda for today, you have the approval of $43,079.45 in small purchases. You have $2,067 for a Posi Shell brown base mix for the San Juan County landfill. This is what they spray to keep the trash from blowing away.
Oh, okay.
You've got $31,792 for a trailer mounted diesel gun set for the San Juan County Emergency Management. The gen set is a generator. They had the grant funds for this, and so it was expending all of the grant award that we had received from the state, I believe. And then you've got $2,720.45 for civil 3D annual subscription for the San Juan County Recorder's Office. You got $5,000 for Bluff Balloon Festival photography and $1,500 for Destination Marketing Organization. Both of those were from Visitor Services. Item number 3 is the approval of the January 7th, 2024 Commission meeting minutes. You have number 4, approval of the travel reimbursement form for calendar year 2025. This is an annual thing that we do. We go through and we match the GSA travel rates, and so then we go back and update ours when they update theirs. And so they have updated those, but yet we've kept the per diem rates pretty much the same, unless there's outside of this table, if there's any changes, then we have those and refer them to the GSA rates on there. And then let me get back to, I lost my place on here. So item number 4 is approval of the renewal for the 2025 off-premise beer retailer license for resort retailers. And this one here, you have the Mexican Hat 7-Eleven convenience store. Item number 6 is the approval of the 2025 contract between Rocky Mountain Personal Care and San Juan County for case management and home care services. This is an early renewal due to the name change. You'll see these pop up on future agendas where we continue to keep those vendors that do our home care out within the county under our aging and adult services. Item number 7, approval of the Utah Cooperative Wildfire System Participation Commitment between Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Land in San Juan County for fiscal year 2025. This item here it's an annual thing that we go with State Fire. This is one of those Commissioner Adams loved because this is a state mandate that we do this, and in there in that participation commitment statement, you can see where they're spending the money, and so you have the work projects that will help us mitigate the fires, but we can also use that mitigation to help reduce our costs. The total amount for this year is $158,880 for that participation commitment. Just as a reminder, as you look at this, and just on educational purposes, if you're looking at page 67, you can kind of see the risk score that they've assessed us at with the total amount of private property acres that we have. And so it's about $20,000, just over $20,000 for the risk. And then you have the historical average that I spoke to you about. This is where they average out the historical costs and then take the lowest and highest, remove those out. That Pack Creek fire in 2021 obviously is still our highest, will be for a while. And so we're fortunate that is always removed, because if not, it'd be super expensive. But you do see the 393,000 and the 382,000 fires, those costs on there that kind of boost up our average overall.
So, quick question, and Sylvia, you were on that meeting this morning, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things that got brought up, and it may not even be this, but they talked about areas where your home is, and if fire comes, and then you can't get insured. You know how your home cannot be insured, but they're trying to say when you mitigate it, then it can be insured. So that's kind of one of the pieces of legislation, was my understanding, and how to work on that. Is that funneled into this at all with this wildfire?
It does. So the mitigation that we perform, our staff goes out, David and his crew goes out and mitigates around the homes, and we can count those hours as fire mitigation that goes as a credit towards this amount from the state. And so
that's probably a bill we should watch, because they are trying. Didn't we?
We
They want to watch it, not to push it.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And that's what's going to happen on Thursday. And Thursdays when they
bring that forward.
Now, item number 8 on the consent agenda is approval of the San Juan County Public Health Infrastructure 2023 Amendment 3 with the State of Utah Department of Health and Human Services. That, Commissioners, is your consent agenda items for today.
Okay, so all in favor of approving the consent agenda? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second to approve.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 So it's been
Okay.
approved.
Now we're
by
moving
three.
on to your business action items. Under your business action items,
We need TJ here.
on here you got, he's should be online.
Oh, okay.
We've got consideration and approval of award to Brown Brothers Construction for the annual gravel crushing bids. TJ, are you still online?
I am. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
So this is our crushing that we're going to do in Zeke's hole. We put our bid out. We had 4 people that bid on the project. What I'd like is approval to crush for the amount that I budgeted, which will let us crush 36,000 yards. Because of the bid that we got from Brown Brothers, it allowed us to go from our 25,000 to a little over 35,000 yards. So that's what I'm asking for today is to award that contract to Brown Brothers to crush that material.
So, are they local business? The Brown Brothers?
So Brown Brothers is out of Loa, Utah.
Okay. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve?
I'll motion to approve the contract for Brown Brothers.
Any second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. They pass, unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. This next one on your agenda is item number 10. Consideration and approval for visitors data contract between Datafy and San Juan County. This is Allison.
Hello.
Hi.
Allison.
Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long morning. I'll try to make it as fast as possible. I am here to request your consideration and approval for visitor services to sign a contract with Datafy. They are a data company that specializes in visitor data. So visitor data is a really valuable tool to anyone who's doing marketing. The more you know about your visitors, your customers, the better able you are to target the people you're trying to reach and make better use of the money that you're spending. So I demoed probably 5 different data companies over the past several months, including Datafy. I included 3 bids in your packet with Zardico, Datafy, and Placer AI. So I also demoed a few others, but those were the best of them, I think. So of those, Datafy is the one that offers the most and for a reasonable cost as well. So that's the one that I selected. They offer information such as visitor behavior, which is something that we've really never had information on in the past. We've had TRT, data. We've had Visa View, which is visa spending data, park visitation numbers, traffic counts. But the thing we've never had is knowing the behaviors of the visitors while they're in the area. So a visitor that visits a national park, are they also visiting another national park? We don't know. We just have overall counts for each of them. And then how long they're staying as well, the kinds of demographics, where they're coming from, but also demographics, household size, income size, things like that, that would just better make us better able to target the folks that are the highest spending visitors for San Juan County.
Well, thank you. Anybody have a question for? This is a very important job, and I love this department just because I work with them. I visit them all the time. Thank you so much. And do we have a motion?
Commissioner Stubbs, a motion to approve the contract for Datafy.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. It passed. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
all you do.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm curious about the visa.
The visa information?
Yeah, because last time it was Science Bank, we saw how all the money that we lose in the
Oh, the
county.
leakage report.
Yeah.
The Visa View doesn't give us quite that, but what it does show us is the areas of origin, both the top,
Oh.
domestic and then international
okay,
areas.
with the money.
that are the top spending markets for
Okay.
San Juan County. So it's really valuable information, but one of these data companies like Datafy gives us a lot more detailed information. So
Anyway, thank you.
thank you.
I'll see you.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, Alice.
I'll see you. Hi.
Okay,
So-
commissioners.
Then we make a motion to adjourn.
If you don't want to do commission reports,
Well,
certainly.
we got to hit the road, and we had lots of hours to drive into
Yep.
Salt Lake. So.
Yeah.
In picture, did we know anything
I
about
told
the
her
picture?
just to cancel. We'll reschedule.
Okay, thank you. Well, I told I don't have time to worry about taking a picture right now, but
Do you want a motion?
yeah.
So I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Or second. If
Okay,
it needs a second.
we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay.
Okay, we are adjourned. Hey, thanks everybody for being online and in the audience
so
for hanging
much.
out.
Can I sell my like erasers? Sorry. It rolled out of my bed.